And we are live once again. What a great crowd we have out there so far. It's awesome. I'm trying to be funny. All right, let's get started. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to show, but we're going to show a little bit of this first video. It's the most popular video on a different platform. Yikes! But I'm not going to say which one. I hope you enjoy.
Handful of dissident thinkers in England, and their interest sparked that of Seurat, who in turn kindled an interest in these ideas among the French-reading public. All in all, Seurat was the most respectable and the most prominent spokesman for such thought in any language, and they only one with an independent reputation as a writer and educator. Now, scanning down further on here, I noticed he's got this written, and you can easily, I'm thinking along the lines of Saturn theory, but Horbiger is the guy who's got the successive moons crashing into the Earth, his glacial cosmology. Apparently he must have been a German.
I don't subscribe to it, I'm just like the giant.
But this is a pretty good little read here. This presents a new development, stimulating and provocative, of the theories advanced in a well-known series of books by H.S. Bellamy and Peter Allen. Like Mr. Bellamy and Mr. Allen, Professor Seurat accepts the glacial cosmology of Horbiger. Its theories of successive satellites crashing into the Earth, crashing to the Earth, to that very remarkable book founded on personal experience, The End of Fear, in France. I read it, wrote to this day. Apparently, in these spouts that we call tornadoes, but they call typhoons, Professor Seurat is a daring thinker. For more things than the official one. For instance, the gigantic plants and the huge fossilized animals. Professor Seurat points out an organism, plant, or animal buried normally today does not fossilize. It rots away. Fossils must have been formed by extraordinary pressures, such perhaps as the crash of a moon. And there are the stories, records, Professor Seurat would call them, of a giant race. He believes that the giants really existed, and he has an ingenious explanation for them. When those earlier moons circled close to the Earth, the gravitation exerted by them lessened the weight of all creatures, drawing them upward. Living things grew taller, and the giant race was born when the moon crashed. Professor Seurat believes that some of the giants escaped and later became the teachers of their high civilization to ordinary mankind. They lived to fabulous ages. In Greece, long after their death, they became gods or titans. But on giants, Professor Seurat relies mostly on the Bible, for there are they described objectively, without any theological coloring, since Jehovah, the one true God, could not admit companions or rivals. The Horbigerian theory does provide a possible explanation for the appearance of giants and the creation of man. The atmospheric conditions, let us say, on the other hand, a golden age when men were taught and ruled by wise giants, is perhaps nothing more than a pleasing imagination. the Aztec Huitzilopochtli. I finally got that one down. Also in North America, Coyote and Raven, but countless others as well. Because the warrior hero is far and away the most active figure in the myths. Next is the Primal Seven. These satellite figures are presented in a variety of contexts as wise men, patriarchs, seers, children, dwarves, stones of fate, stars, orbs, heads of chaos monster. They are the first reason for the sanctity of the number 7 in ancient symbolism. Then we have the chaos monster. Here we meet the darker, more menacing powers possessing the often hidden link to aspects of the mother goddess or warrior hero type. Of these darker creatures, none is more prominent than the cosmic serpent or dragon, the monster that descends on the world over the twilight of the gods, and whose ultimate defeat signals the birth of a new age, or, symbolically, a new year. Babylonian Tiamat, Egyptian dragon of Apep, Greek Typhon. But within every culture, endless variations will be found. Hundreds of monsters, repeating the primeval catastrophe, each providing a different nuance, a different accent, a different way of remembering the cosmic agent of Doomsday. Then we have Chaos Hordes. These are the companions of the monster figures. Set. Every culture remembered the onslaught of these chaos demons, moving across the heavens as a sky-darkening cloud and ushering in the cosmic form of his own father. Examples would include the Egyptian Osiris, Marduk, the Persian Ahura, Mazda, Norse Balder, Hebrew Yahweh, of the gods. Their brutal and ritualistic wars of expansion, celebrated as a reptilian or as a repetition of the cosmic devastation wrought in wars of the gods. Motives, as these constitute in fact the most readily verifiable underpinnings of ancient ritual, myth, and symbol. How strange that in their incessant glance backwards, the builders of the first civilizations never remembered anything resembling the natural world in which we live. What is needed in the face of usual but widely repeated memories is brutal intellectual honesty. How did human consciousness emerge from the womb of nature, converge on the same improbable ideas contradicting nature? For centuries, we've lived under the illusion that our ancestors simply made up explanations of natural phenomena they didn't understand. That's not the problem. What the myth makers interpreted or explained through stories and symbols and ritual reenactments is an unrecognizable world, a world of alien sights and sounds, of celestial forms, of cosmic spectacles, and earth-shaking events that do not occur in our world. That is the problem. From an evaluation of the global themes of ancient cultures, we have hypothesized a world order never imagined by mainstream theory, a world in which planets moved on different courses, appearing huge in the sky. Heavens spanning celestial forms dominated human imagination to the point of obsession at the time of civilization's birth. historical synopsis of Saturnian cosmology from Jno Cook's website, SaturnianCosmology.org. There will be a link in the description. It gets pretty deep. The chapters of this site will propose that the biology of our planet, our culture, our psychology, and our very existence are the result of a series of incidents arising from the interaction between Earth and other planets within the solar system, most notably Saturn. The biology of Earth is such that a complete accident, and so utterly unlike it, will not have ever been duplicated anywhere at any time among the billions of other star systems. But here on Earth, all of it, especially the rise of complex species since the Cambrian period 560 million years ago, can be attributed to a series of cataclysmic plasma strikes by Saturn, each of a very long duration. Biologists claim 10,000 years for the extinction events. My original estimate was 15,000 years. As hominids, we survived the last externally induced extinction event, which gave rise to 8 competing subspecies over the course of the last 3 million years. Our only contribution to our distinction from other animals was the invention 10,000 years ago of language and its subsequent cultural transmission that set the stage for further development of our humanity. Much later on, and much closer to our time, subjective consciousness. It all started very long ago, at one time, and from its genesis, Earth was a planet in orbit around Saturn, a brown dwarf star, toward the end of the Precambrian, 600 million years ago. The Saturnian system intersected with the solar system. Saturn was swept around the sun and back into deep space, to return at regular 26 to 27 million year intervals over the course of time. Some of the satellites, planets of Saturn, were wrenched from their orbits around Saturn to end up revolving around the sun instead. The Earth likely became a solar system planet at the end of the Permian, 250 million years ago. From 600 million years ago, Saturn kept entering the solar system regularly to disturb its lost satellites, now circling the sun. At about 3 million years ago, Saturn likely had a run-in with Jupiter, a solar system planet at that time, orbiting the sun at a distance probably somewhat less than the Earth's orbit today. The orbital period of Saturn was significantly reduced as a result. During the last 3 million year period, Saturn started scavenging its lost satellites, and perhaps solar system planets, all in orbit close to the sun. The possibility of a captured planet again orbiting Saturn at its equator is virtually nil. Instead, the scavenged planets ended up in superpolar or subpolar locations, the only locations which seem to be dynamically stable. Because Saturn had come in from outside of the solar system, and most likely was a star originally, it would have been at a very high positive charge level, distinct from the solar system planets. Solar system planets would have been attracted to Saturn when Saturn entered the solar system, rather than be repelled, as would be the case of two planets with nearly equal values of charge. Saturn, with its stack of captured planets, was seen by hominids, Homo erectus, and recorded in the shapes of artifacts in the Paleolithic of about 2 million years ago, and by humans, Homo sapiens, as carved images in the Upper Paleolithic from 30,000 BC, and by the hundreds of millions during the early Neolithic, 10,000 to 3,000 BC, when the stack of planets was much more frequently seen. At about 10,900 BC, Earth, at that time a planet of the Sun, made an electric field contact with Saturn, causing 1,500 years of darkness. Oh yeah, shadow on Earth. The period of darkness is recognized by many of the world's creation myths, and was recorded in the illustrated graphic books of Mesoamerica, references to which are made in colonial period documents. Climatologically, the period is identified today as the Younger Dryas, when for some 1,500 years Earth got as cold as it had ever been. Over the next 7,000 years, the orbit of Earth, apparently equal to the orbit of Saturn at that time, but below Saturn, progressively moved laterally to have Earth's orbital path eventually travel below the center of Saturn. Thus, between 10,900 BC and 3147 BC, Earth was part of a strange configuration of stacked planets, a condition which provided long summers and a mild climate in the northern hemisphere. Planets dominated by the giant form of Saturn stood above the north horizon and close to Earth, but measured in millions of miles, and were taken by humans to be gods, who supported them and for whose benefit they labored at agriculture and conducted trade. Initially, during a 1,500-year period after 10,900 BC, when the cold of the Younger Dryas set in, and long before Saturn was clearly seen, 3 fiercely lighted ball plasmoids were seen far south of Earth. Below the South Pole, between about 10,900 BC and 8347 BC, these connected to Saturn in the north via strands of brilliant arcs of electrons. Forms of various shapes ran south over these electron lines, traveling toward the 3 plasmoids. The moving shapes were taken to be dead animals and dead humans. The objects in the sky became the basis for all original religions and a good deal of mythology throughout the world, for they persisted in showing nightly and seasonally over the course of 2,500 years to 8347 BC, although only for 3 periods of hundreds of years. For the people of Mesoamerica, the year 8347 BC, when the last of the plasmoids extinguished after 2,500 years, was the end of their first tally of years, which accounted for the first creation. We know only a little about these ball plasmoids from obscure mythological references, and we would still not know very much if it had not been for an investigation undertaken by a team led by Anthony Peratt of Los Alamos National Labs of some 4 million petroglyphs worldwide, carved high up on mountainsides facing in all directions, but always with a clear view toward the south. That study, published in the journal IEEE Transactions on Plasma Science in 2003, was an absolutely astounding revelation. More on that in a later chapter. In 4077 BC, Saturn dropped its coma. This had been the chaos before creation, which had lasted some 7,000 years. It had obscured Saturn and its companion satellites. Saturn went nova. It switched to arc mode. In a mass expulsion, Saturn produced its rings and a new satellite, Venus, and perhaps another. That's interesting. So they're saying that Venus came from Saturn and not Jupiter, like Velikovsky does. Okay. And Saturn lit up more brilliantly than the Sun. To the humans of Earth, who had not clearly seen the real Sun for thousands of years, because of the shadow of the Younger Dryas, followed by the obscurity of the enclosing plasmasphere of Saturn. This was the start of creation, start of time, and the first showing of the land and its resident gods, the satellites of Saturn. Saturn was universally called the Sun throughout the world. In Central America, the Popol Vuh, written circa AD 1600, from much older records, recounts, like a man was the sun when it showed itself. It showed itself when it was born and remained fixed in the sky like a mirror. Certainly it was not the same sun which we see. It is said in their old tales. In arc mode, Saturn would have lost its glow mode coma, but it apparently retained a plasma stream connection to Earth. The sun, and the real sun, lighted part of the edge of Saturn in a crescent which revolved around Saturn on a daily basis, visually caused by a daily rotation of Earth below Saturn. This stack of planets consisted from top to bottom of Uranus, on its side as today, and Neptune, both hidden by Saturn below them, known in Mesoamerica from earlier times. I suspect that these 3 planets had been seen together for perhaps 2 million years, initially by Homo erectus. Below Saturn, the following were located from top to bottom. Mercury joined the group in about 14,000 BC. Mars, resident probably since at least 30,000 BC or earlier, and Earth joined the group after 10,900 BC. In 3147 BC, this configuration of standing planets broke apart, with 3 large planets moving far away from the Sun, and Earth and Venus released to overlapping inner orbits. The breakup produced a stupendous flood of the waters, which had been held at the South Polar region due to the gravitational attraction of Saturn for some 7,000 years. The water held at the South Pole was due to the lifting up of the Earth's crust in the Arctic and the sinking toward the Earth's interior in the Antarctic. Flood stories are ubiquitous, found in over 500 independent myths, all with the same coherent details. The survivors included people far inland and those living already on mountain slopes, and apparently the people of the Nile Delta and northern Mesopotamia. The only recourse to a livelihood for many of the survivors was agriculture, which soon sprang up simultaneously in 6 unconnected regions of Earth. The breakup was caused by Jupiter, which had circled the Sun as an inner planet up to that time. Jupiter was subsequently seen receding in the skies, surrounded by a coma visually 3 times larger than the diameter of the Moon today. Below the south pole of Jupiter extended a gigantic plasma outpouring, making it look like Jupiter was resting on a mountain. It was green initially. Above the planet were much smaller horn-like extensions. The whole of this looked like a person in a mantle, but was also identified as the bull of heaven. Jupiter was taken as the new god, called the Younger. Jupiter retained its massive lower outpouring until it entered the asteroid belt in about 2860 BC, after which the coma reduced in size and changed its shape. After 3070 BC, Mars and Mercury, which had remained in their positions below Saturn, were released when Saturn entered the asteroid belt. The 2 planets crossed Earth's orbit for about 300 years, overriding the Earth's orbit close to Earth on a 30-year or 15-year average intervals. At those times, Mars was at times brought into plasma contact with Earth, looking like a squat mountain which circled the Earth. The visual effect of the rotation of Earth, with Saturn and Jupiter both disappearing into the ecliptic. Mars was held to be the god in charge of Earth, Horus of the Egyptians. This lasted till about 2750 BC or 2700 BC, after which the irregular visits of Mars ended its elliptical orbit, perhaps rotating away from Earth, an apocytal precession. In the next century, people throughout the world start building pyramids in imitation of the disappeared mountain of Mars, all within 100 years of each other. In Egypt, Mesopotamia, England, China, and the Andes of South America, and many other locations such as Greece and the Balkans, as has been discovered in recent years, although not validated. We have recorded histories of these celestial events, especially in Mesoamerica. There are accurate descriptions of the rings and a number of satellites of Saturn, the cloud bands and satellites of Jupiter, and the scarred surface and satellites of Mars, all dating from antiquity, spanning cultures worldwide. The Egyptians produced schematic images of the original configuration of Saturn and the satellite planets below, and have a record of early close passes by Mars. Mesopotamians also produced images of planets, graphically showing, for example, all the satellites of Jupiter. The Maya, from Olmec sources, have an undated record of the planetary movements from long before 3147 BC, and a dated record of later events which matches what can be gleaned from Eastern Mediterranean sources. The Aztecs produced graphic images of these planets, although anthropomorphized to gods and produced very late. South Sea Islanders have similar records of rings of Saturn. India has similar recollection of these events extending over millions of lines of poetry. The Quiche, Maya, Papavu, and pages of the Maya books of the Chilumbalam makes casual reference to the period of 13,000 years ago. After the near collision of Saturn and Jupiter in 3147 BC, both Saturn and Jupiter began moving in slow spiral orbits away from the Sun toward the asteroid belt, probably 10,900 BC. One page of the Chilumbalum records 7 appearances of the Saturnian planets as far back as perhaps 40,000 years, which can be correlated with atmospheric carbon-14 records dating from 50,000 BP. Over the next 2,500 years, 3147 BC to 685 BC, the inner planets interfered with Earth at intervals, although very infrequently. There were 4 major additional incidents. The damage often was localized in latitude, although, for example, a continuous lightning strike might have encircled the globe in circa 1492 BC, and certainly repeatedly in the 8th and 7th century BC. As recalled by nearly all peoples on all continents, the most terrifying incident, however, happened in 2349 BC. Saturn, with the planets Mars and Mercury still in a polar alignment below, entered the asteroid belt in 3067 BC. The gravitational and electrical effects of entering the asteroid belt released Mars and Mercury from below Saturn, and they started moving in highly elliptical orbits.
These orbits brought both planets back through the asteroid belt at their aphelions, and Mars and Mercury pulled swarms of objects of various sizes from the belt back with them through the inner solar system.
These objects were known as Maruts, or the Terrible Ones, and manifested as comets and meteorites that terrorized the Earth's population for many centuries to come.
When in alignment with Venus, 20 million miles away at the time, 32,200,000 kilometers, produced an Earth shock in the northern hemisphere, tilting the Earth's axis away from the Sun temporarily and tilting up the equatorial rings of the Earth. Earth at one time had equatorial rings. This was followed perhaps 6 hours later by the arrival of a massive disconnected plasmoid lightning bolt from Venus, which hit the rings almost broadside, followed somewhat later by lesser bolts recorded in Mesoamerica and China. The electric contact with Venus turned the equatorial rings blood red and caused the destruction of the rings. Lightning bolts arc up to the rings from the Earth's ionosphere layers and the lower equatorial plasma toroid, the Van Allen belt. The sky bled for 3 days, and only a single ring remained. Dust continued to rain down for the next 4,000 years until AD 1600. The cleared southern skies, previously obscured by the Earth's rings, revealed a multitude of stars for the first time, most notably the Pleiades, located directly south at midnight 2 nights after the equinox. The equatorial plasma toroid would have also arced to the surface of Earth, producing months of torrential rains. To humanity, the sea of the Earth's equatorial rings in the south sky, the Absu, had collapsed to Earth, and the event was almost everywhere understood as a second flood of stupendous proportion. The Bible recalls this event as the flood of Noah, but to most peoples, the blood seen in the sky suggested the wholesale slaughter of humanity, and any number of raging goddesses or dragons were assigned to this event in mythology worldwide. Kali, Tiamat, Manath, Sekhmet, Hathor, and much later, Beowulf's Grendel. After 2.5 days, Jupiter appeared again with its previous giant coma and lower mantle, again understood as a mountain, as if risen from the dead. In fact, the rise of the equatorial in the sky made it look as if Jupiter rose up out of the cave previously seen as the shadow of the Earth on the rings. The cave-shaped shadow opened up as the Earth regained its normal inclination, and Jupiter rose out of this to a location above it. Jupiter had stopped the dragon from killing additional humans.
The event itself remains commemorated as the Day of the Dead, which is why they wear Halloween masks on Halloween. It's so that the spirits don't recognize them, the ones that might want revenge. I believe that's what that's about. And is almost universally associated with the culmination of the Pleiades in autumn. Echoes of the fall of the rings and the surrounding circumstances continued to resound in mythology and, to this day, in the theologies and practices of many religions, especially the resurrection of Jupiter on the third day. Many nations also date the start of all sensible history and their calendars from this event. Strangely, this event is simply not noted by any of the catastrophists. Even Velikovsky remained unaware of it. Interesting. 800 years later, in 1492 BC, Venus again made an electric contact with Earth, causing a crushing, repulsive blow in the east central Pacific. Pacific Islands were wiped clean of any trace of humans, except for the petroglyphs carved on every island thousands of years earlier. Coastal South America and Central America were inundated with water, leaving seawater traces in lakes high up in the Andes, and possibly causing a sudden rise in the coastal range of the Andes by thousands of feet. The blow was followed by an electric arc traveling through the Pacific, the Indian Ocean, and part of India, following a path of increasingly higher latitude into the Mediterranean as the Earth's axis angled back toward the sun. Moses made his escape from Egypt during the turmoil. The event is recalled in mythology as the attack of the monster Typhon, who was struck down by Zeus. The major result of the contact was a 30% increase in the orbit of the Earth. The year went from 273 days to 360 days. Venus probably came no closer than 10 million miles. In this instance, 16 million kilometers. Something else was initiated at this time. The movement of tribes away from devastated areas and failing climates into new regions happened after 1492 BC. Tribes of Central Asia entered India, Anatolia, and Greece. Tribes from Asia Minor settled in Italy, as well as at later dates also. People everywhere met strangers and had to cope with new living conditions. This resulted in an expansion of our imagination as a way of coping with these changes. The development of subjective consciousness. Before this time, there was little need to deal with change. The people of Egypt and Mesopotamia, for whom we have records, have remained stagnant in the way of life of their forebears for thousands upon thousands of years. The development of subjective consciousness, as opposed to mere consciousness, was a cultural innovation and a major change which made us humans. Subjective consciousness came to be taught to children by parents, exactly like language is taught. The teaching of subjective consciousness, like the teaching of language, can be readily observed today. Note 5. Another 700 years later, 806 BC to 687 BC, Mars closed in on Earth with repeated electric arc contact at 15-year intervals. A major Earth shock in 747 BC and a minor shock in 686 BC, this last caused by Mercury. Earlier, Mars also interfered with Earth in similar fashion at the close of the early Bronze Age, 1935 to circa 1700 BC, which includes the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. Mars came close, perhaps within 40,000 miles of Earth. The interactions, as a result, were completely different from the long-distance shock due to Venus. The destructions of the 8th and 7th century BC were spread over long stretches from Central Asia to the western Mediterranean, and through to Mexico and southern United States, from the Persian Plateau to Greece, in swaths measuring more than 600 miles wide. Hilltop citadels were destroyed by quake-like convulsions, much more extensive than any earthquake, and by massive lightning strikes. Cities and citadels were buried under yards of carbonized material mixed with soil. The soil and burned forests were dropped whenever the traveling lightning bolt paused at a hilltop. Now, that's pretty crazy. I mean, this lightning bolt traveling around, just going anywhere. These simultaneous destructions have been noted in the archaeological record and include the events of the 8th and 7th century as well as 1935 BC. De Grazia estimates that only 2.5% of the original population of 200 million of the Mediterranean region survived. Bolsena, a city in Italy, was obliterated by a lightning bolt measuring more than 5 miles, 8 kilometers in diameter. If we are to believe Pliny, who presents this from older Etruscan sources, the circular lake at Bolsena is larger than any volcanic caldera. Mars became the next sky god to set a tone for human conduct lasting to this day. The destructions of the 8th and 7th century BC obliterated the coastal areas of Greece and coastal Anatolia. The remnant population turned to raiding and became the pirates celebrated in the Iliad as the Egyptian people of the sea. The Iliad reveals that these were no sailors. Warfare and the extraction of tribute also became a way of life for the Assyrians, who plundered from Elam to Egypt. The change in humanity, however, which suddenly brought people up to our current expectations, was an event which happened early in the 7th century BC. In 685 BC, Venus and Mercury blazed as bright as the sun and were seen in the daytime skies with the sun for 40 days, starting on June 15th. The event was probably an extraordinary plasma outpouring by the sun, brought on by a sudden relocation of Mercury to within the orbit of Venus in the previous year. In July 685 BC, actually the astronomical year minus 685, corrected from 680 BC, Julian in the Eastern Mediterranean chronology. Okay, so that's what the minus is for. It's different. It's astronomical. Okay. Jupiter also erupted in a coma in response to the sun's increased output of plasma, and on July 14th sent a return lightning stroke, a plasmoid bolt headed for the sun. It arrived at the sun on July 25th. The plasmoid, which passed by the Earth at a distance of 30 million miles, 48 million kilometers, was seen in foreshortened form by Asia and Europe.
How about that Jupiter taking a swing at the sun?
And is depicted in sculptures and illustrations and even on coins. Mediterranean nations thought that Venus or Mercury was struck, the bolt from Zeus which toppled Phaethon from the sun's chariot. Mesoamerica saw the plasmoid at full length as it passed by in the daytime. That would be wild to see something like that, and depicted it correspondingly differently. Their understanding was that Mars was struck. It was called the bundle of flame. Among the Maya, to China this was the celestial dragon, the traditional form of which matches the structure of a plasmoid lightning bolt. Note 6. One could spend a lot of hours on this website here with this. This is amazing. Got a little bit more to go here. As experienced by Earth, the after effect of the 40 days of extreme solar activity was the relocation of the polar axis from Ursa Major to near Ursa Minor, and the delay of spring by some 15 days. In effect, changing the inclination of the polar axis, which is equivalent to rotating the dome of the stars. A new equinox was suddenly established, the aphelion of the Earth's orbit. The location furthest from the Sun changed, and 120 years of interference by Mars and Mercury came to a sudden halt. It appeared to many that Jupiter, the historical supreme god of antiquity, had again saved mankind from destruction.
When this particular video ends, I'm going to go to the Great Hall
had resulted
to see if there's anyone who's up for a
further interactions with Mars. In 670 BC, the Earth's orbit became nearly circular for unknown reasons, and the Earth was in fact completely removed from any future interference by any of the inner planets. It's probably the Sun's magnetic sphere, I'd imagine. Within 100 years of this event, we see the simultaneous rise of philosophical studies, much as we understand them today, in China, India, Mesopotamia, Anatolia, North Africa, and Rome, well before there was any cultural transmission before the more distant regions on the list. In this list, it appeared to many as if a far greater power beyond the dome of the stars had moved the stars and planets and restarted the universe. For many years of the philosophers, The causes for natural phenomena were now sought elsewhere than in the whims of old planetary gods. With the realization of the existence of a power beyond the planets and stars, we also see the sudden rise of all the modern religions within the span of 100 years. Taoism and Confucianism in China, Jainism and Buddhism in India, with its subsequent influence on Hinduism, Zoroastrianism in Persia, with its influence on Judaism, Mithraism, Christianity, and eventually on Islam. Similar changes seem to be attested to in Mesoamerica, probably dating from 600 BC. Could all this really have happened? Religions have attempted to explain all of it, initially as narrations of the observed events, eventually as metaphors of spiritual states. Science, on the other hand, has spent the last 200 years denying that anything at all ever happened. But look at the histories, what we call myths, of people from regions as diverse as China, Mesopotamia, and Mesoamerica, will reveal that they are in complete agreement with each other. Add to these various myths of the people of India, South America, Africa, Greece, and thousands of others, and a consistent picture of the past emerges, which is not what science tells us. Or fly over regions, for example, of the western United States, and you will soon be convinced that the waves of hills, the conical dumps of wind-borne soil, the distorted folded mountains, the widely varied landscape, cannot possibly be the result of eons of slow movement and metamorphosis of the Earth's crust. The surface of the Earth appears to have been battered and racked convulsively, and widely varied landscape and recently. Except for geology, which I will not really touch on,
Fragmented.
the remaining chapters will fill in the details and broaden the scope. 4 major events. The 4 events are the end of the age of the gods and the worldwide flood of 3147 BC, the fall of the Apsu, known as the flood of Noah, the blood in the sky, the resurrection of Jupiter, and the first appearance of the Pleiades, 2349 BC, the defeat of Typhon and the exodus of Moses from Egypt in 1492 BC, and the blazing of Venus and Mercury and the thunderbolt of Jupiter, which toppled Phaethon in 685 BC. The last few chapters present an excursion into the site plans and iconography of Mesoamerica from about 2000 BC. In these last chapters, you will find that the more closely detailed findings from Mesoamerica will match and often exceed the information available from the Eastern Mediterranean.
There be amethyst crystal. I'm gonna see who's in the chat room here. Let me turn this down. There you are. All right. I know. Sorry about that. Well, I'm going to get in the chat room, see if anyone's up for a quick chat. See if any, who's doing what, you know. I'll get it together. I got good news from the doctor. Went and had there's since you Joe. Hey! Wait a minute. Hey, Peggy Sue.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay,
Where's
good.
where's the grouchy man? Where's
I don't know.
Where's Shockwave?
Yeah, I think he went to bed.
You know, I always drag things too long, but you can't help it. I'm addicted. You know, I really wasn't expecting that. I thought it was going to be on giants. Well, the beginning was, but I skipped past the Herbigary and stuff because I just don't buy it. But you know, it could have been planets, and there were moons. You know, Jupiter had moons. And that's true, but I don't buy his theory of ice moons crashing into Earth. You know, it's a little
there's some things that I don't agree with either, but some of it's really.
Yeah.
I mean, he does put a lot of things together pretty well.
He does, and you know, the thing is that the one guy, him, and also the guy who wrote the book in 1932, Lemuria, both said that the universe was electric, and that was. Well, just think how much time we've wasted. You know, it's ridiculous.
You know,
But-
they know it is. That they just have to. It's just the way that the world is.
Well,
They come on.
Yeah, I know.
How can they not know that? You know, it's like.
I know. It's obtuse. They just, you know, they're not in the business for revolutions, as Walt Thornhill once said. They're in
Right.
academia for, you know, their what do they call it? When professors had their tenure. And,
Right.
You know,
There's-
their
yeah.
little awards and slapping each other on the back and all that good shit. You know?
Nothing can change as long as those people are alive, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but anyways, I got good news. I went to, you know, I've had, since I woke up this one October morning with this bulge in my neck,
Right.
in 6 months, well, it's October, November, December, January, 5 months, going on 6. I've had 3 appointments, and all 3 of them were for a scan that could see better than the last. But I don't know why they
Really?
wouldn't have just taken me straight to the one that's the best.
Know it. Just to get more money, obviously.
I take this
Well,
PET test, which it's like going inside of a tomb for about 10 minutes. If you got claustrophobia, it's not good. I just closed my eyes and, you know, pretended
Right.
I was somewhere else. And, you know, but then it starts creeping in your mind. This is what it's going to be like in a casket. Oh, my God. You know, I just can't stand that. But anyways,
So I would-
yeah. But they viewed it, the radiologist viewed it, and the only place that it is apparently existing is in my lymph node. Now I ask you, how can that be?
just in that one place, that
Yep.
one lymph node.
That one lymph node.
How is that possible?
And there's March 3rd, they're supposed to drain it. I don't know. Where did it
Oh,
come
they're
from?
gonna drain it.
I think it was a false positive. Do you know that
Me
they
too.
they
I
come
think
they
that
happen one
It's
out of
leftover
every
stuff
4.
in your tooth.
Yeah.
Yeah. It had no place else to go, so that's what happened. Your body went, oh, let's put it all right here.
The lymph node did its job.
Yep. And it's still doing the job.
It's still doing it 6 months later. And
well, that's good news. That's good, though. That's good to hear.
Yeah, I got a clean bill of health outside of that, and that makes me feel good. So they've scanned every organ in my body, and everything's okay. So that means I'm going to be okay for a while to come. Should mean it.
That's very nice. That's very nice to hear.
Yeah, I feel good about that. I was really having a hard time sometimes, getting a little low, but worried about.
You're scared. I know, because you're kids, and you just don't know what you can't leave them. So.
I have a not school, but a baseball friend who he was a good ball player. He never smoked. He drank a little bit moderately, but he died of cancer at 64. I'm like, that's just too young.
Oh, I know. I was in the chat room. We were talking. There's this girl named Valerie in the chat room. And she was talking about her mother-in-law.
That brain cancer.
She was 62.
Yeah.
Well, that's young. I mean,
Eric, my bass player, I've talked to him a couple of times. His brother got it and died. People have been dropping like flies.
Yeah, they have. I agree. I agree. It's like, wow, they have. And I mean, I like to look at, like, people, celebrities that have died, and or whatever. They, there's just like tons of them, more than. I don't know. Somebody did it. Somebody kind of gave us some numbers about. It's like 3 times as many people died in 2022 than the year before, or something like according to with the celebrities that had died. The celebrities, like 3 times as many celebrities have died. I guess is where to put it. But then a lot of them are getting. They are getting old.
Raquel Welch died today.
Yeah, she died. Yeah.
And she was a beautiful woman, even when she was old. Some people age better than others.
Yeah, like Walt Thornhill. I thought, he was 80, but man,
who?
He was a good-looking guy.
Who?
I mean, he's good-looking for 80 years old.
Who?
Walt Thornhill.
Oh yeah, he was well maintained.
Like, what did he die of? Do you know?
I do not know. They said he was surrounded by family members. That
says that he was sick, terminal something. Like he was sick for a while or something.
Yeah, and just kept it on the down low, apparently, because he was a busy dude. I mean, even just last year, he was doing interviews like mad. He never slowed down.
Oh, and the one thing about him was he could talk. He was so easy to understand. I mean, he could talk science, but you could understand what he was saying. And he just, it was just, he never talked above your head like it. That's one thing that really got me into interested in the electric universe was because of him. Mm-hmm. Because I was like, wow, he's talking and that's not, nothing over my head.
Yeah, and, same here. I mean, very prolific guy. He could explain it. I think he even mentioned it one time. That if you can't explain your theory to a 6th grader, then you don't know it.
Then you don't know it. That's right. Yeah, and what's his name? His buddy. What's his name?
Dave
his buddy.
Talbot?
Yeah, I mean, he died like a few years ago, right?
No, he's still alive. Dave Talbot.
Oh, he had a stroke.
Yeah, but he survived it.
Oh, I wonder. It must have been a bad stroke.
I don't know. I know that there hasn't been a Thunderbolts conference since I think the last one was somewhere around 2000.
Yeah, what's going to happen? What's going to happen to it?
Oh, I think it's just going to have, there's going to be.
I wonder who's going to. Someone's going to replace. Someone's got to become the contemporaries,
the 2.0.
Yeah, the voice for it. I wonder who that's going to be.
Well, yeah. I mean, those guys are they're scientists, they're professors, and it would be impossible, I think, for a layman to do that. You have to be trained. Like, look at Walt Thornhill. He spent his whole life since high school, really, studying the universe. And Talbot too. I mean, those guys are masters, and who's better than Don Scott? I mean, the guy, amazing. Those 3 they're going to be hard to replace. I know.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
I hope the Thunderbolts group survives. I'm sure it will, because there are quite a few young people right now.
I hope it does too. But look at Velikovsky. I mean, he was like a one-man guy, but I mean, once he died, the whole thing just got lost.
No, not really. It was maintained by guys like Ginenthal, and there was that other guy.
I mean, well, it's got more quiet. Let's put it that way.
Yes, of course it is. Yes, it is.
It died down a lot.
The giants are getting old, so yeah, some new people have to emerge if it's going to continue. But I don't think that one guy was the answer. I'm glad that he parted ways with the Thunderbolts group, and that was that suspicious guy.
Yeah, what's his name?
He tried to take it over, I heard. No, I don't know.
Oh, really? I did. Oh, really?
Yeah, but he wanted to change it. He wanted to dish Saturn theory, and do it his own way, and they said no.
No.
That's how I understand it, because they do come hand in hand.
Well,
yeah, so, well, outside of that, everything's going good. Springtime's around the corner, and
it's already spring over here.
Yeah.
The trees are budding,
Yeah, well, you're in California, you lucky dog.
But it's just, I keep forgetting. I mean, there's going to be, the cherry blossoms are going to come, like, in a couple of weeks.
Did you hear that the police arrested an 8-year-old girl for running a lemonade stand without a permit?
No, what?
Yeah, that's what I heard. Isn't that amazing?
Come on. I believe it, though, but God, you remember the stuff we used to do? I mean, God, when we were little, selling stuff, going door to door just to make it like a quarter so you can go get some candy or something.
I remember as a kid, we tried the lemonade thing a couple times. My mom would make the lemonade, and we'd sit out there, charge a quarter, and the mailman would buy one, but we would never make very much, like maybe a couple bucks. You go get candy or something, We'd end up drinking all the lemonade.
Yeah, you end up drinking it. I know. I mean, we never had enough people walking up down our street for that.
No, we didn't either.
Yeah. But me and my best friend, we used to, just to get some extra change or money or whatever, because we used to like to go to the public pool in the summertime, and it cost 10 cents to go. It cost you a dime.
I did that too.
And so it was like, man, we spent our, like summers going to the public pool, and school time come around and we have green hair. But this one particular time, we went, I lived on a cul-de-sac. Anyway, I lived up the street, and my best friend lived at the very beginning of the street. Her house was the first house on the thing. So anyway, we picked flowers from her backyard, and so we thought, well, we'll sell the flowers. And there was no one in their houses. Everybody was at work. Mm-hmm. Except we knew that there was this old lady, and this old lady lived with her daughter, and she had the Siamese cat. This cat was so mean, but anyway, and we knew that this old lady was the only person really home, and so we thought, well, we have to go over there. We didn't want to go over there because she was kind of mean. Yeah. But anyway, we asked her, we wanted to sell her some flowers. She said, I don't want your flowers. She said, but I will pay you 10 cents each if you pick some. She had I think they were blackberries in her, the kind of berries that the thorns, that's completely full of thorns. The bushes are really full of thorns.
Yes.
Anyway, so we're like, okay, I think they're blackberries. Anyway, we said, okay, so we went in her backyard and she gave us each a bowl, and we started picking. Mm-hmm. And she said, I want these bowls filled. So we're like, okay. So we started picking, and my finger, I got stuck by some thorns in my fingertips, and then next thing I know, and I hear Kathy over there going, ow, ow, Anyway, we didn't know about the thorns until we started picking, but we wanted the money. So we picked and picked, and I picked until my bowl was like maybe 3/4 of the way full, and my girlfriend's was only like halfway. And Kathy goes, I can't pick anymore. My hands, our hands were just completely, there's like a pin cushion. So anyway, so we came in, and we were like, well, we're done. We can't do anymore. Our hands are, they were bloody. Our hands were bloody and covered with blackberry, stain. And she says, she said, girls, why don't you come over here? come by the sink and you need to wash your hands, get the stain off your hands. So we're like, okay. So we were washing soap and water, and it stung because we had pinpricks all over our hands. But anyway, we were all done, and the stains were still there, kind of. And she was just, oh, I know how to get rid of that. She said, you guys put your hands in the sink. So we did, and she poured lemon juice on our hands that had fresh. I mean, they were full of stab wounds from thorns.
Well, in Michigan, as a kid, we
screamed bloody murder. And she laughed and she hackled. It was so funny to her.
We didn't get to have the luxury of picking blackberries. We either cut lawns or shoveled snow. Can I cut your yard?
Well,
you get some old people and they'd give you 50 cents. You just cut their whole lawn.
Yeah. They give you
like. Don't spend it all in the same place, dearie. Every once in a while you get someone that would give you $5. In the 70s, that was pretty good.
Yeah. Well, my grandfather paid me and my sister a nickel for every. We had a snail. Mm-hmm. I guess we had a snail infestation in our backyard. So he said, here's a bucket. Go out there, and for every snail you pick, I'll give you a nickel.
We had the push mower, though. It wasn't the fire it up and push. It was the thing with the blades that went chop, 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 chop. It was a little harder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so, well, it's good to hear from you again, Pauli. It's been a while since we talked, and, we both got hacked. I mean, I can't believe my luck. I get this thing in my neck, then I get hacked, and then they try to assault my credit. And I had to go through all kinds of stuff to get.
They tried to what? Your credit?
Well, yeah, they tried to get a credit card in my name.
Oh. And you said, I think you said fraud. You knew.
My credit.
Did you know the
80
person?
Points. What?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And you knew the person?
No.
Oh,
but
you
I
did?
gave it all to the police, and they didn't do a damn thing.
No, they don't. Yeah, they don't care.
I said, well, we're not equipped to handle those kind of crimes. I said, well, you need to get.
Well, they need to have some kind of. Yeah, they need to have some kind of authority that does, do something about it, because these.
I don't like the way you're looking, boy. Let me have your ID.
But I mean, yeah, and there's got
check this out. My son keeps me informed on the exploits of police in different places of the America, mostly. And there was a promotion for a game. I think it was one of those first-person shooter combat games, like Ghost Recon or something like that, right?
Uh-huh.
And it had a guy in a crouch holding a rifle, pointing it out the window. The cops surrounded it and demanded him to come out. They thought it was a real dude.
Oh, come on.
I'm serious.
You're kidding.
I swear it's true. Yeah. Greg, when did the cops surround the poster? When did the cops surround the poster of Ghost Recon?
Oh my God, please.
You told me that.
Nate told me that. Ask Nate.
Oh, Nate told you that. Well, Nate told you. I gotta look it up.
Come on, Nate.
I mean, I know they're stupid, but are they that dumb? I don't know.
Well, they caught a cop raping a cow. Most cops are good guys, they protect and serve.
Well, there's always weird people.
You're always going to get 1 or 2 or 5%. That's stupid.
Well, at least it wasn't a person. Well, I can't say that though. That's still bad. They shouldn't be doing that to a cow. Even that's still rape.
I know. Who would ever think? I never had any cow pussy. I wonder what it's like. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
So if he got caught doing that to a cow, he's done it to other different kinds of animals too. Probably his own dog.
Oh my!
I know. What do you do? What do you do? I mean, what kind of a thing do they get? What kind of punishment do they get? I mean,
humans are dreadful creatures.
They are.
I'm going to look up and see if that story is true. Just a minute. I'm going to put this on here. I'm going to see. Police surround. What would that be? Game poster or something? Let's see if it's true.
Why would they come on? No. Go on. The door's open. Go ahead. You want to go out there? Come here.
Police, let's see. I spelled shooter wrong. There, Ray. Police.
Yeah.
I'm looking for it.
Okay.
Nathan! Where's Nathan?
Dude, just search them. I don't know, man.
They're wrapped too tight. I'm just gonna forget. I think it's bullshit. Somebody probably told him that, because I'm not finding it. When Greg tells me, it's pretty much take it to the bank, but I don't see it. It's bullshit.
Yeah. I don't think it. Hey. What Wanda?
Yeah, so I just felt like doing a little show tonight. I'm not gonna stay on that late. I just wanted to show a couple things. I didn't really know what was coming with that last one. I just kind of guessed.
Well, I enjoyed listening to the music and the belly dancers. I like the belly dancers.
Yeah, did you like that? Yeah, I just made a little intro kind of promo video with some spacey music instead of rock and roll.
I feel weird when I say, "Oh, belly dancers," in the chat. They were like,
well, I like that particular dancer in gold, and those three girls. I don't have many. I just have like three, so it gets pretty repetitious. But.
Well, they must. I haven't gone to look for belly dancers on YouTube. I haven't gone to look, but there must be tons of them.
Oh, there probably is. You're probably right. Yeah.
Especially.
Well, let's see. Might be able to close something out with Purple Dawn of Creation 3 since we're on that tangent. Then say goodnight and then call it.
Okay.
All right. So this is Purple Dawn 3. I might show about 12 minutes of Santos on astrology too. But let's check this out and see if it's any good.
Okay.
All right. I'll talk to you in a little bit.
Creative force brought light into the world. You're about to embark on a journey of discovery, seeking.
Dude, it's a fucking picture right here, dude. LAPD confronts Call of Duty ghost statue.
Before
let me see.
was the mythical
It's
pair.
off now. You just turned it off.
We'll turn it on.
You just turned.
Nope, we got
It's just a picture, man.
Yeah, he's showing me the thing. Let's see.
That's it. They just have a standoff.
Okay. LAPD confronts Call of Duty ghost statue, intense standoff. It was standing in a wall holding a weapon. It does kind of look like a real person, though. Yeah.
But dude, I mean, they shot the thing like 15 times.
They did?
Before they thought out it was a mannequin, yeah.
Oh my god. That is funny. There's freeze. I heard a story about they arrested a guy with no arms and legs and they were wondering where they were going to cuff him. I'm serious. That's true.
Paradise, known as the Golden Age. There was a time of darkness on the face of the earth.
This is written by Troy.
This was known as the Purple Dawn of Creation. The following work is an illustrated and speculative journey into a time before the coming of the planet Saturn. An exploration into a time of how Earth might have looked to a race of alien space travelers had they need for a new home 40,000 years ago. A time when Earth was still a planetary satellite of the brown dwarf star Saturn, before the planet Saturn's catastrophic capture by the Sun. This prequel is the Purple Dawn of Creation. You're about to undertake a highly speculative journey into what life on Earth may have been like 40,000 years ago, but this is not the primordial Earth as taught by modern mainstream science. An Earth that is thought to have experienced an environment that was essentially no different to today's natural world. On the contrary, this is the Earth of distant human memory, an Earth that was locked in a time before time began. The semi-nocturnal world spoken of in most ancient human mythologies and traditions. A purple-hued twilight that existed before the great cataclysmic and creative force brought light into the world. You're about to embark on a journey of discovery, seeking out the world of Earth's purple dawn of creation, to undergo a visualization of the primeval Earth based on the cosmological interpretation of the Saturn myth. Today's prevailing scientific beliefs insist that our planet has enjoyed the same relationship with the Sun that we see today, and that this has been the case for many billions of years. This view presumes that a mere 40,000 years ago, this planet was largely governed by the same seasonal changes and environmental forces that we experience today. The only real environmental difference back then, according to orthodoxy, was the cooling influence of the Quaternary glaciation, or what is popularly referred to as the Pleistocene Ice Age. Fossil records show there was an abundance of megafauna animals such as the famous and now extinct mammoths and saber-toothed tigers. According to the standard scientific model, humans at this time existed in a primitive state where life for the average human is considered to have been hard, brutal, and short. Humankind is believed to consistently struggle against the elements in a world where survival of the fittest determined which species lived and which species died. And throughout it all, the sun rose and set over the earth as it had supposedly always done for billions of years. However, the mythological, esoteric, and occult traditions point to a very different history for Earth and its inhabitants. A history that has been categorized into at least 4 or 5 distinct epochs. Each of these epochs relate to periods describing humankind's experience on this planet. In short, the ancients believed in a great antediluvian golden age, an age of peace and plenty, ruled over by the god Saturn. The mythical god, called Saturn, was identified with the planet Saturn, and Saturn's golden age is said to have come to a sudden and calamitous end, before giving way to a priestly Silver Age. The Silver Age eventually gave way to a warlike Bronze or Heroic Age, an age that subsequently set the stage for a disagreeable epoch dubbed humankind's Iron Age. Though sources vary in detail, these basic 4 time periods are the main epochs of the major esoteric traditions. The later Iron Age is often characterized as a soulless and industrial-like era that began with the rise and fall of the Roman Empire, a period that continues on into the present dystopian modern era. In the book Saturn Death Cult, the case is made that distortions in the occult understanding of Saturn's golden age has led to a world dominated by privileged elites. Elites that are in turn obsessed with occult power and knowledge, and whose main source of control is a system of financial debt-based slavery. The modern central banking model, or international finance, it is argued, is the control system's modern manifestation. It is further suggested that this system of debt-based international finance has been and is being used to bring about the elite's desire for a rebirth of a new golden age, an age modeled on the same and ancient occult distortions of the Saturn myth. This effectively amounts to a man-made New World Order, in which the broad swath of humanity is to be culled, subjugated, and managed entirely for the benefit of the select Saturn-worshipping elites. Imagine worshipping a planet. Central to this chilling thesis is the radical reinterpretation of mythology dubbed Saturn theory, a concept that posits the planet Saturn as having originally been a free-floating interstellar brown dwarf star, with Earth as one of its major satellites. According to Saturn theory, Earth is believed to have existed in this relationship with Saturn for an intermediate period of time,
up until the point that both bodies suffered a catastrophic capture by the solar system. This moment of capture most likely took place some 10 to 12,000 years ago, an interpretation of the mythological record that calls for a total reappraisal concerning the information of the current solar system. Naturally, such a theory implies the complete rejection of modern planetary accretion theory in favor of the new and exciting electric universe EU physics model, a model that provides many answers to what is actually being revealed by the world's ancient mythological records. As a subset of the EU model, Saturn theory acknowledges that the skies we see above us today have only looked that way for a relatively brief period of time, and that humans actually witnessed vast cosmological changes in which the Earth shifted from being a satellite of Saturn to being one of the Sun's inner terrestrial planets. Obviously, such a radical theory is completely untenable to the modern dogma of uniformitarian scientific thought. And yet, a study of comparative mythology focused on Saturn archetype makes it patently obvious that the ancients once saw a very different and sometimes very frightening sky compared to the one we see today. In modern times, mythology has unfortunately become a byword for the fictional, hardly the basis for any serious cosmological theory, especially when the modern mind equates mythology with made-up fairy tales and supernatural mumbo-jumbo. And yet, world mythology as a whole seems to exhibit a curious consistency in the story it tells, irrespective of cultural roots and origins. It is as if the multiple and diverse cultures found in different locations around the world have all conspired to tell essentially the same story. A definitively singular story that can be placed under the umbrella term, the Saturn myth. The Saturn myth appears in one form or another in virtually every major mythological tradition, ranging from the Middle Eastern ancient cultures to the Chinese traditions and on to the linguistically unique Mesoamerican myths. All these myths and traditions point to the planet Saturn as having once been Earth's first and best son, a position it proudly held prior to its demise during a global Doomsday event. Bordeaux Cardona, 1978. Critics of this interpretation, i.e., that the god Saturn, spoken of in myth, is a reference to the actual planet today called Saturn, claim it is folly to equate the characteristics of the mythical Saturn with the physical planet, and that virtually all physical references to the god Saturn should actually be attributed to various forms of sun worship. They say this because Saturn is today a mere pinprick of light at the edge of our current solar system, and nothing like the gloriously radiant entity described in so many mythological accounts. So those who subscribe to the accepted uniformitarian orthodoxy cannot conceive of such a major planetary body as having been anything other than a small speck of light when seen by the naked eye from Earth. According to this dogma, Saturn is where it is today because that is where it has always been. But the ancients were unequivocal in their assertion that Saturn once resided above Earth in its celestial north, a position where it shone as a sun in its own right. So deeply entrenched was the ancient belief in associating a bright and shining Saturn with the northern polar regions of Earth's skies that modern scholars have had to contrive a disassociation between the planet Saturn, the god Saturn, in order to satisfy their uniformitarian dogmas. The tradition of a former polar god or polar sun has been chronicled by a host of scholars. Today, they have succeeded in demonstrating a universal tradition. In the late 19th century, John J. O'Neill even recognized the god as Saturn and had to contrive a distinction between the god and the planet to account for the identity. Later, the specific connection of the planet Saturn with the pole was noticed by Leopold de Saussure, but not one of those innovative researchers ever wondered if their polar sons of polar gods might have actually been there. David Talbot, as quoted by Dordu Cardona in Godstar, page 243. Suffice to say that this book will run with the assumption that in ancient times, planet Saturn did in fact once hold a position above Earth's celestial north, and that it was the actual planet that was being referred to what became Saturn-based mythology. This video, however, is not meant as an examination of the cosmological arguments for and against Saturn theory. Both the Saturn Death Cult and another work titled Cosmos and Collision provide enough of an introduction into the topic to satisfy anyone wanting to understand this writer's take on Saturn theory's mechanisms and available proofs. What we will do, nevertheless, is embark on a speculative and predominantly visual exploration into a time that has fascinated many readers of the Saturn Death Cult and Cosmos and Collision. That ageless and mysterious span of primeval existence, spoken of as the purple dawn of creation, the time before time began, a time before time. The radical cosmology forwarded in both the Saturn Death Cult and Cosmos and Collision is probably the single most difficult element to digest for many readers or listeners of this video to those books. However, once the concept of Earth's origin as a satellite of a rogue brown dwarf star has been accepted, there is often a consequently deep fascination with what this vastly different world might have looked like. For most people involved in Saturn theory, the epoch known as the Golden Age is the period most often studied and theorized upon. During this period of time, mythology alludes to the planet Saturn as having been a life-giving sun in its own right, a glowing beneficial presence looking down upon the earth like some giant god-like eye, combined with the axially aligned planets of Venus and Mars dangling below its vast bulk. Saturn spent an entire age locked in a position at Earth's celestial north, about where the pole star is seen today. This state of celestial affairs may have lasted as long as 6,000 years before Saturn was eventually dislodged, its radiant brightness spent and its presence banished to the outer realms of the solar system, where it is found today. But before this golden age of Saturn flared into being, about some 12 to 6,000 years ago, there seems to have been a time on the Earth that existed in a state of perpetual gloom, a duskiness that blanketed the planet in an even and warm purple haze. Life on Earth seems to have once existed in a dank and semi-nocturnal diffuse glow that blocked out all reference to the greater cosmos. In the beginning there was only darkness, yet in that darkness there was already Raven. He was still small and weak, and his special powers had not fully developed. From an Eskimo creation myth, Raven being their vision of the Saturn archetype. See M. Wood, Heroes and Hunters, from North American Indian Mythology, New York, 1982, page 17. But in those days, We lived where there were thickets and barren rocks. We had no villages, no cities, no temples. We lived in clefts of the rocks and holes in the ground. We ate roots that we pulled up and out of the ground, or else we fought with the foxes for the dead things where they were carrying away. No one bore rule amongst us, and we knew nothing of duty or kindness of one to another. Inca legend. Darkness there was, at first. Concealed in darkness, this all was indiscriminate chaos. All that existed then was void and formless. Rig Veda. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was chaos, and there was darkness over the abyss. Genesis. Mitchell translation. According to Saturn theory, the above snippets from various mythical sources, and there are many others not cited here, paint a picture of life on a planet orbiting a brown dwarf star. The idea of this pre-Golden Age would have wrapped in a predominantly purple-hued atmosphere is arrived at from two complementary sources. One, mythical Saturn is associated in mythology with the colors blue, black, and red, while, two, brown dwarf stars tend to glow in the infrared and ultraviolet spectrums, blue, black, ultraviolet, mixed with red, infrared, produces a purplish or magenta-like glow, somewhat like a black light, the kind of light shed by most brown dwarf stars. In the context of what is being suggested here, Saturn was once a free-floating brown dwarf star system spiraling northwards through interstellar space somewhere south of the Sun. This proto-Saturn system would have been swathed inside its own vast plasma bubble, an electrically active sheath of plasma that would have reflected Saturn's dull red-blue light uniformly back onto any satellites orbiting Saturn. Consequently, Earth was one of those satellites, encapsulated inside this internally reflective plasma bubble. Its lush subtropical land, vegetation, and oceans bathed and warmed in the life-giving red-blue-purple light shed by Proto-Saturn. Initially, Earth would have orbited Proto-Saturn in a phase lock, similar to how the Moon orbits the Earth today. However, Earth would eventually have been dragged into an actually aligned position below Proto-Saturn's south pole, once the Sun's pole accelerated the Saturnian system in a northwardly approach toward the existing solar system. See Saturn Death Call for detailed diagrams illustrating these concepts. The Proto-Saturn system, subsequent new polar configuration, probably lasted between 30 to 1,000 years before its eventual capture by the Sun. According to Saturn theory, this was a period recent enough to have been experienced by humans. However, it was only once the Proto-Saturn system's electrical field made its first direct contact with the Sun's heliosphere that Earth's inhabitants witnessed the flaring of their host brown dwarf star into a bright star situated in their celestial north. This momentous event neutralized Proto-Saturn's encapsulating and opaque plasma bubble by turning it transparent, and even that revealed the stars of the greater cosmos and the Sun as a new, yet still distant yellow star. Over time, that distant yellow star would seemingly grow to eventually displace a now radiant Saturn as Earth's main source of light, but not before the brightly glowing Saturn had ruled from its seat in the celestial north over an age of peace and plenty. And I wish we could have that today, you know. Saturn's great gift to humanity, having been the discovery of how to calculate the passage of time, through the observation of celestial movements, the basis of human civilization. While the importance of Proto-Saturn's transformation into a bright sun cannot be overstated in terms of its effects on Earth's human inhabitants, particularly regarding the discovery of the measuring of time. For many, it is the primordial period of Earth's purple-hued existence, the time spoken of as existing before Saturn's great golden age, that is most fascinating. This period is all the more so fascinating due to its contrast to the established portrayal of ancient and primitive environments as seen in popular documentaries, films, and books. These portrayals always depict the primordial world as being ruled over by our current sun in some form or another. And they most certainly never make mention of the importance placed on Saturn by world mythology and folklore when referencing these more primitive times. Troy McLachlan.
Also in the mythological record then, because what this might mean, we have two different versions here of it, but if we're imagining that we are on Earth, which is primarily in Saturn's rule, basically, in that sense, and we're traversing through the universe, then the sun that we currently know today would have, from our perspective, looked at a new foreign incoming, dangerous almost, if you will, then body. This could be totally the Marduk, Tiamat, the rogue planet, Phaeton. I mean, it has many names. Comments on that, Troy?
Well, I would actually point to Jupiter more on the, and of course we're talking about the work of Sitchin and people like that who have sort of looked at this idea of a rogue planet menacing the system. But in terms of the Saturn theory model and so on, once Saturn entered, once its plasmasphere equalized with the sun's heliosphere and such, it lost its opaqueness, and suddenly those humans existing at the time on the world would have been confronted for the first time, and one particular star approaching from the west would have been quite prominent, which we, under this model, would have been the sun. Now, just as an aside there, I find it fascinating. It always troubled me when reading the Genesis accounts in the Bible that it wasn't until the third day of creation that the sun, moon, and stars were actually seen.
Formed or in place. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, we have a let there be light moment at the beginning, but the sun and the stars and so on are not seen to this third day, and we'll get back more into that, because this is really what we're talking about in mythological terms. Is of course this event with Saturn's plasmasphere equalizing, becoming transparent, is very much tied with the beginning of what we call a golden age. And yes, this star arising would have been a completely new object. You see,
selves take fright, the billows of the sea retreat. He churns the deeps into a seething cauldron. He makes the sea fume like incense. Upper ionospheric discharges, red sprites, followed, remembered as a barrage of red arrows shot in defense of Earth by Jupiter's warbow, Earth's own south polar plume appearing simultaneously in the skies in response to Earth's widening orbit. Thunderbolts racking the sky, Earth was violently convulsed. Tilting up in the sky as Earth torqued off axis, Earth's debris rings were broadsided by the disconnected bolts, streaming across the sky in gaseous glowing envelopes that gradually descended through the ionosphere in downpours of sparkling spatters, some falling to Earth in streaks of bright red. It is here suggested that this is the origin of the mythological motif known as the shattering of the vessels, the release of the waters, and the second flood. Mysticisms of later ages, including the Gnostic schools of the major monotheisms, still evoke memories of the falling sparks that descended to Earth from overhead after a cataclysmic cosmological drama brought creation to an end. In the Kabbalah, such references indicate that there were 7 vessels which shattered. Other sources suggest 9. The 7 or 9 swirling, backflowing streams of Okeanos similarly withdrew from encircling the earth when boiled away by the burning blasts of Zeus. In the Enuma Elish, it was said that the institution of kingship was lowered from the sky for a second time after Marduk's battle with the dragon. Jupiter seems to have again developed a mountainous plasma expulsion from its south pole soon afterward, perhaps in response to the plasmoids released by Venus, or perhaps simply in a further attempt to reach equilibrium with the electric field of the Sun in the space beyond the asteroid belt. An outlying remnant of Earth's former equatorial debris appears to have remained suspended as a narrow, ruddy-colored band for some time thereafter. Much less impressive than the rings of old, this band, often personified as a world-encircling serpent, nevertheless served as the nighttime sun's daily adversary. Referred to as the River of Blood, or the Red River, the Egyptians called it the serpent Apep, or Apophis, a continual threat, constantly repelled by Re but never killed. At the end of every night, Apep was shriveled and burnt up by Re, but he was able to renew himself daily. The unordered realms of chaos were thus never completely abolished, but continued to surround the orderly world on every side. Each day brought both a confirmation of the established order, as well as a forcible reconquest of it. The world-encircling snake was also a key visual reference toward the pinpointing of equinoxes. While the bloody serpentine river remained fixed along the equatorial plane in the south, the tilted glowing hoop of zodiacal light along the ecliptic would be visible below the red ring during summer and above it during winter. But at both equinoxes, the glowing ecliptic would visually cross over the remaining red ring. Nibiru, the crossing place, refers to this visual intersection of the equator and the ecliptic, which twice a year indicated the position of the equinoxes for our ancestors by luminously bisecting the night sky. This was seen as the crossing of sky bands in Mesoamerica, that is, the confluence of the equatorial River of Blood and the ecliptic River of Pus. It was also explicated in an otherwise puzzling passage in Plato's Timaeus, which references the visible crossing of the motion of the same, or the equatorial ring, which is always seen plumb along the horizon, and the motion of the diverse, or the glowing band of the ecliptic, which seemed to shift position nightly, moving from west to east on a diagonal. The demiurge Zeus joined these to each other at the center like the letter X. In the Enuma Elish, it was Marduk who founded the station of Nibiru to determine the heavenly bands. The name Nibiru was likewise applied to Jupiter explicitly as Marduk's star, when he periodically stood in conjunction with Earth on the equinox in visual alignment with the equinoctial intersection of the red ring and the glowing ecliptic. Spacing out on their radial migrations, the mytho-historical record suggests that the planets eventually drifted far enough away from each other as to cease all direct electrical interaction. The previous series of encounters led to an irreversible increase of the orbital separation of the giant planets. They were retired gods. Mankind might have seen all of them recede into the farther reaches of the developing solar system. Neptune and Uranus continued to recede into distant darkness. They were rediscovered some 5,000 years later by telescope and named after 2 of the titans banished by Zeus to the dim netherworld of the night sky. The Kabbalah refers to this place as the land under the river, saying, "That which descends into this land does not reascend." As it is said, "The gods who had no part in making the heavens and the underworld perished when entering the land under the river." Saturn, forced to take refuge at the end of the world, at the source of the rivers, in the hollow of the abysses, was banished in chains to a blissful island where he dwells in slumber. Being immortal, he cannot die, but lives a life in death, wrapped in funeral linen. The stellar blazing of Jupiter also came to an end with his arrival at his modern orbital ellipse and equilibration with the negative charge of surrounding space. Jupiter's coma likely exploded into nova-like brilliance a final time when dropping down more permanently to dark mode. This seems to have been widely attested as Jupiter's retirement, disappearance, extended sleep, or even death. Marduk's mountainous garment had disappeared for the last time. In several cultures, a portion of Jupiter's royal duties were reassigned to swift-footed Mercury, who soon became the most popular star god on Earth. In Egypt, for example, the retiring sun star Re handed over celestial responsibilities to the god Tahuti, who thereafter became the place-taker or deputy of Re. Similarly, in a rabbinical elaboration on the Book of Daniel, the Ancient of Days, that is, Arik Anpin, the extended countenance of the nighttime sun, handed off the rule of the kingdom to the son of the clouds. In the winged disk of Mercury, those who walked in the chaotic post-catastrophic darkness of world ages yet to come would also see a great sun-like light.
Radiate blue and ultraviolet light, even though they are cool at a temperature around 950 K. This is further evidence that we are looking at a mix of an electrical red anode glow and coronal ultraviolet blue end of the spectrum. There are no seasons, no tropics, and no ice caps. A planet does not have to rotate, its axis can point in any direction, and its orbit can be eccentric, and you'll still get this beautiful, even temperature over the whole body. The radiant energy received by the planet will be strongest at the blue and red ends of the spectrum, so photosynthesis, which relies on red light, would be very active. The skylight would be a pale purple, which maybe is referred to by the classical purple dawn of creation. And I know that in Canberra we have this new arboretum, which is fantastic, and all of the new trees that are being planted are put in red plastic to start with. And I asked the head of the arboretum why they did that, and he said the plants grow much better in red light. Water molecules dominate the spectra of brown dwarfs, so you want to know where the Earth's water came from? The light on Earth was dim and purplish amid a continuous mist of water. No other bodies in the system were visible. And this is what Dave mentioned yesterday. This explains the abundant water on Earth and many satellites of the gas giant planets and the rings of Saturn. And the red light, warmth and water was ideally suited for giant ferns. It explains the gigantic lush vegetation found at the poles, fossilised as coal. Last thing last night, which was this flaring red dwarf. So this tendency to flare up is a problem. The reason for this is that, as I said, the red stars don't have the current regulation afforded by the bright photosphere. So the response of a red star to a sudden electrical disturbance in their environment is to shed charged matter in a flare-up. They may also change in apparent size as the anode glow accommodates to the electrical environment. I think this would account for the great dyings in the geological record and the episodic deposit of vast sediment and mineral layers on the Earth, and on other bodies too. Every body that's been looked at is layered. What's more, it explains for the first time the oceans of salty water on Earth. Comets cannot be responsible because they have little or no water and little or no sodium chloride. Now, just see how much of this I want to show you, because we saw this yesterday, so I might skip. This is referring to that super flare you saw yesterday, and you remember the astrophysicist said anyone who was on a planet orbiting that star at the time would be having a very bad day. Well, I think the Earth has had its bad days, and they're reflected in the geological record. So we'll skip that.
Record-breaking flare from nearby Proxima Centauri. Astronomers saw Proxima Centauri, the star nearest to our Sun, emit a flare, or burst of radiation, 100 times more powerful than flares from our Sun. They said Proxima's flare ranks as one of the most violent seen on a solitary star anywhere in the galaxy. As the current sunspot cycle, cycle 25, revs up, we can expect our Sun to become more active in the coming few years. And that means more solar flares, or bursts of radiation on our Sun. But the flares on our Sun can't compare to those on Proxima Centauri. That's 100 times more powerful than any flare seen coming from our Sun. They said the flare ranks as one of the most violent seen. Little Proxima Centauri is a faint red dwarf star. It's usually considered to be part of the star system of Alpha Centauri and is only 4.2 light-years away. Since red dwarfs are common and tend to have mighty flares, and since the flares might or might not adversely affect the chances of life forming on planets orbiting red dwarfs, these astronomers said their study might help shape the hunt for life beyond our solar system. The peer-reviewed astrophysical journal Letters, published this new study on April 21st. Astrophysicist Meredith McGregor of the University of Colorado Boulder led the research, in which astronomers observed Proxima for 40 hours in 2019 using 9 telescopes on the ground and in space. McGregor said that Proxima went from normal to 14,000 times brighter when seen in ultraviolet wavelengths over the span of a few seconds. Proxima's powerful flare was seen across the entire electromagnetic spectrum. Isn't that interesting? The astronomers said this is the first time that a single stellar flare, other than those that occur on the Sun, has been observed with such complete wavelength coverage. We had never seen an M-dwarf flare at millimeter wavelengths before 2018. So it has not known whether there was corresponding emission at other wavelengths. The study was precipitated by a serendipitous discovery of a flare from Proxima Centauri in 2018, archival data from the Atacama Large Millimeter Submillimeter Array, ALMA, a linked array of 66 radio telescopes in northern Chile. Afterwards, McGregor's team coordinated an effort to observe Proxima using the ALMA telescope and other telescopes on Earth in space. In May 2019, the effort paid off when Proxima Centauri ejected its violent flare, which lasted just 7 seconds, but generated a surge in both ultraviolet and millimeter wavelengths. The flare was characterized by a strong impulsive spike never before seen at these wavelengths. The event was recorded by 5 of the 9 telescopes involved in the study, including the Hubble Space Telescope, HST, in ultraviolet and ALMA in millimeter wavelengths. Powerful flares from our Sun may happen only a few times in an 11-year solar cycle. McGregor compared the flares on Proxima Centauri, saying, Proxima Centauri's planets are getting hit by something like this not once in a century, but at least once a day, if not several times a day. She added, if there was life on the planet nearest to Proxima Centauri, it would have to look very different than anything on Earth. A human being on this planet would have had a bad time. I thought I was going to say a bad day. Bottom line, astronomers saw Proxima Centauri, the star nearest our sun, emit a powerful flare or burst of radiation. They have to repeat themselves now because they're out of things to say. In May 2019, Proxima's flare was 100 times more powerful than our sun's flares. They said Proxima flare ranks as one of the most violent seen on a solitary star anywhere in the galaxy. I think that they said that 3 times. I don't mean to be a smarty pants, but, give us some facts. Give us some facts that we can dig our teeth into. That's all I ask for. Well, I couldn't find anything from the electric universe on Proxima Centauri, but to give you an idea on electric stars, I found this and then another article after it from a different website. Stars are electrical, and they evolve according to the laws of plasma physics. Every circuit which contains an inductance is intrinsically explosive. Every circuit which contains an inductance is explosive. The inductive energy can be tapped at any point of the circuit. If we try to interrupt the current, the inductance tends to supply its energy to the point of interruption where the power is delivered. This means that most of the circuit energy may be released in a double layer, and if large, it can cause an explosion of the DL, Hans Alfvén. A recent picture of the day discussed the way that a supernova explosion occurs in an electric universe. Instead of the traditional explanation that involves gravity and core rebound, supernovae are short circuits in a star's capacitive attribute. Inductance, conductance, and capacity. Those are the 3 main words. Electric flux from a galactic power generation builds up until the accumulated charge overcomes a star's dielectric insulation, causing the energy of a vast interstellar circuit to focus at one point. A nova explosion, on the other hand, is something completely different. Conventional theories state that gravity is also the culprit, except that there is no detonation of an entire star. According to a recent press release, when a white dwarf star accretes too much material from its companion star, it ejects material. A previous picture of the day points out that binary star systems are probably the most common in the Milky Way. The explanation for those configurations, stellar fissioning. Since a star's primary electrical activity takes place on its surface, if electric charge flow from the galaxy increases beyond a certain point, a star might divide into 2 daughter stars, increasing the surface area, as in Solaria Binaria. That's exactly what happened, according to de Grazia. 2 stars in orbit within a space charge sheath are able to accept more electric flux. However, consensus theories about star birth and evolution maintain the binary stars begin life as 2 cocoons, close to each other inside a protoplanetary nebula. As the nebular propylids contract over time, depending on the amount of material in their accretion disks, they might develop into 2 different kinds of star. Nova theory depends on that idea. One type of star is the aforementioned white dwarf. White dwarfs are said to be quite hot. Some of them exceed photospheric temperatures of 100,000 Kelvin. Astrophysicists think that if a newborn star possesses an exceptional initial mass, it will be so hot that it will quickly exhaust its primary hydrogen fuel and collapse under its own gravity. White dwarfs are therefore hot and dense with high gravity. If a white dwarf star is in orbit with a larger companion, it is said that it will draw stellar material away from the larger star onto its surface. Astronomers believe that its high gravity compresses the gas and dust against its rigid geodetic surface until it reaches fusion temperatures. At that point, pulses of high-frequency light and powerful shock waves erupt into space like a bomb going off. Another way to see these events is to consider electric charge flowing through plasma. As charge flow increases, it generates an electromagnetic field that constricts the current channel. As pointed out in previous Picture of the Day articles, that constricted channel is called a Bennett pinch, or Z-pinch. Those channels, filaments, form double layers with large potential voltages. Electric forces in double layers are far more powerful than gravity. Double layers can explode, releasing more energy than is locally present. That effect is seen in solar flares, as well as in nova explosions. Novae could be thought of as coronal mass ejections that involve an entire star. When photospheric double layers expand, that expansion accelerates charged particles that are crossing it, causing collisions with neutral atoms. These collisions show up as gamma rays, X-rays, and extreme ultraviolet light. Expansion into surrounding plasma generates shock waves. Yeah, I know that guy. But those waves are driven by a surge of electric charge. They are not stellar H-bombs going off. Just as the solar wind accelerates beyond the sun's surface, nova waves, which you know is a current, nova wave fronts continue to accelerate, where ballistically driven explosive debris would slow down. Exploding double layers are responsible for nova phenomena. Steve Smith. And we have another one here. This one is a little bit, it makes me think if there was perhaps some kind of living beings living on one of the planets for Proxima Centauri. Maybe not, but this is kind of intriguing. Did Earth receive a radio transmission from Proxima Centauri? This is dated January 20th, 2021. A team of astronomers is hard at work analyzing an unusual radio signal detected in early 2019 by the Parkes telescope, a 64-meter radio dish in eastern Australia. The signal appears to have come from the direction of Proxima Centauri. There's a lot of stuff in Australia. Did you notice that? I'm probably wondering, is it because of the southern hemisphere? It has to be. The signal appears to have come from the direction of Proxima Centauri. Proxima Centauri, the nearest star to our solar system, and its characteristics are more typical of an artificial broadcast than a natural radio source. Maybe they were calling for help. Is this a long-awaited sign of intelligent life out there among the stars? Proof that we are not alone in the universe? More exciting or concerning, depending on how you feel about space aliens, are there ETs living in the next star system over, our closest neighbor in the galaxy? It's tantalizing to imagine this. However, even the signal's discoverers, researchers with a group called the Breakthrough Listen Initiative, caution that although the signal had very particular qualities that set it apart from typical natural radio emissions, it will most likely turn out to be noise or interference caused by our own communication technology here on Earth because we say so, or even a natural phenomenon that has simply not been observed before, because that's what they told us to say. Either way, we will find a way to poo-poo any kind of signal that we might intercept. No, I made that up. Still, at this moment, the possibility has not been ruled out for an intercepted alien transmission, so there's still some space to let our imaginations play with the idea a bit. The signal. The radio signal that has stirred up so much excitement was detected during observations of flares erupting from the red dwarf star Proxima Centauri, the smallest member of the AAA of the triple Alpha Centauri system at a distance of only 4.25 light-years. Proxima Centauri is a stone's throw away, astronomically speaking. Remember the show Lost in Space from the 60s? What was the name of their saucer? Does anyone remember? Anyways, they were going to Alpha Centauri. The signal was concentrated in a very narrow slice of radio frequency spectrum at 982 megahertz, which is typical of an artificial transmission. Signals from natural sources contain a wider mix of frequencies. Researchers listen for exactly this kind of narrow signal as they monitor star systems for any non-natural, non-human origin. It's exciting to imagine that we have heard the radio whispers from extraterrestrial technology. Whether it was a deliberate transmission aimed at us, or merely ET's television broadcast drifting through space, or a call for help, or they were jettisoning their knowledge before they were destroyed. Adding to the excitement, Proxima Centauri is known to possess at least 2 planets, one of them a super-Earth called Proxima Centauri b, orbits within its star's habitable zone at the right distance for the star's warmth to support liquid surface water and a potentially life-friendly environment. Well, they're probably gone now. While researchers at Breakthrough Listen Initiative caution, just think, the star next door to us just had a Doomsday event. Listen Initiative caution that with further analysis, the unusual signal will most likely turn out to be only radio interference from human technology. Let's repeat ourselves. The Breakthrough Listen Initiative is a $100 million international effort to discover radio transmissions from extraterrestrial civilizations. I want to get on their donor list. Kicked off by Israeli-Russian billionaire Yuri Milner and Stephen Hawking, and a Stephen Hawking lookalike that is taking his place in 2015. The initiative is the most advanced and comprehensive ET finding program humans have ever embarked on. The 10-year project will survey 1 million nearby stars, the entire plane of the Milky Way galaxy, and 100 nearby galaxies. The ambitious scale of these goals speaks loudly. There is still huge enthusiasm for answering the question, is humanity alone in the cosmos? Or do we share the galaxy with our intelligent technological civilizations, with other intelligent civilizations? And it looks, if that was life, they probably exist no more. They had their Doomsday event. Just think, if there was a civilization like there is here on Earth in every solar system, man, there are so many civilizations. I wonder, we haven't met any yet, but that doesn't mean I don't think that some have visited Earth. It's probably more likely than not that they have. And if there are malevolent ET races, and they were having a smorgasbord on Earth, do you think that they would tell us? I don't have any confidence in mainstream to tell us the truth at all, unfortunately.
Going to do it for
How
me.
a lone free-floating Saturn planetary nebula might have looked as it spiraled northward through space. The famous Butterfly Nebula has been used as an illustrative reference.
Well, it was nice talking to you. For sure. Are we going to have a chat on Saturday? Okay. Do you know what time? Could it be early? Like, yeah, as far as I go, I'm the one that you don't really have to worry about because it's always early for me compared to you. I turn it off, of course. You shouldn't. You shouldn't. That wears it out. It's way bad. You should always shut it off when you're done. I see what. Yeah, I hear you. You mean just like a? After a while, for me, I just start like there's nothing really anymore. Well, I watch television on my computer, because yeah. But there's so many websites. There's websites where you can watch anything you want. Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? You know what I discovered is binaural beats, where they have you put that on, and it's meant for you. You go to sleep, and then you let the thing do it. Do its thing. And I have found that it does make a difference. It does change things. Like when I was sick, I thought I want to find a binaural beat for. There must be one for infection and virus or yeah, yeah, and the last time I had it, COVID, that's when I kind of discovered it. But maybe it was in my head. I don't know, but I definitely felt different. But it's like you have to sleep and you have to listen to it for a long time. I don't think there's anything you can listen to for a short time where it will actually make a difference. But that's a good way to go to sleep too. It's just that really nice. I don't know what it is. It's just a really nice, whatever the sound is. It just kind of, yeah. Because I have a hard time falling asleep. I've always had a hard time falling asleep. Yeah. I don't. No, I think that's what happens when most people get older. You sleep less. Well, yeah, but do you want to take a nap during the day, or so? How many hours? It could be a supplement. Oh yeah, I'm. That's how it is for me too. It's like I wish I could. I don't know the last time it was I slept for over 4 hours at one time. But yeah, I'm not. Well, I wouldn't take any pills for it, but I just think it's. I don't know. That's a complaint that a lot of people have, and maybe it's from the food we eat. Maybe whatever. Maybe it's part of our getting older. What happens to you, like when you get older? Um, I don't know, but I find that I'm actually doing a lot more now than I used to. Only as far as like my hobbies or whatever, because I wake up and I'm like, I don't think I can go back to sleep. and it's 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning, and what can I do with myself? Like watch videos, but that gets old. So right. I agree. I don't know what it is. Well, I mean, I like to research things. I do, but I don't know why I'm not interested in making videos. I don't know why. I don't know why I don't. Well, I know, but maybe I should try. I might really like it. I don't know. I like to do other things. Like I like to make stop motion things. I mean, I do. Yeah, it is time consuming, but I mean, I do enjoy that kind of media. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, but I guess I'm a looker, listener. And I'm like you. I love audiobooks. I mean, give me a good audiobook with a really good, the person who's reading, really nice voice or something. And yeah. Ow. Are you gonna do it? You're gonna have some giants right now? Oh, look! Look who came! Somebody came. Somebody came into the Great Hall. Oh, you can't see you can't see? It's Crouch. Well, is he talking? No, he's not talking. He's muted. No, he's muted. So it must be morning time for him. Is it gotta be morning time for him? Or, 15. Oh, good Lord. Really? Oh, 15 hours. Right, I guess tomorrow. There's that. Have you heard about that? There's some island that it's like when it's on it's an island that the time like it where the time I forget what it's just weird. I forget how it works, but there's something about this island where because they have the time zones or whatever, there has to be an end point to when it's goes around and then it stops like. And I had to look it up. It was something really interesting about this island about the time zone thing, and you can be on the island or you can because there's another island next to it, and if you that's right, you're on the island and it's like say it's Thursday, and all you have to do is hop over to the island that's next to it, which is I think 5 miles away or something, and it's like it's either Friday or something, I don't know, it's something weird. It's like the next day or 2 days later or something. It's just really strange. And they're, how would you, I don't know. I was thinking about that earlier about time zones. And whose idea was that? And why did that's something I'm going to look up because somebody said it was some guy in Canada. And I know it was for for farmers. At least that's what they said, but it's the whole world, right? The whole world is on time zones. So I mean, but yet there's some places like I think there's a place in New Mexico, or is it Arizona, where they don't use the time zone. They don't use the an hour like in the springtime and then fall behind whatever. Now they don't do anything like that. They don't they have to adjust all their. It's like that's just strange. They don't live on the time zone thing that we have.
The Theosophist.
That's another thing to look up.
From 50. Mr. Danjan.
No, it's all right. I'm just blabbing about nothing. I don't know. But I thought my computer's been so messed up, and it's still messed up. But I had to reinstall Windows like 3 times, and it's just hard to have to do that. Like if you've been using your computer for like 2 or 3 years the way you like it, and you have all the stuff on there, and all the settings are the way you want it.
They want it to survive.
And then something happens, and you have to reinstall. So, I don't want to reinstall over it because I'm thinking, well, hopefully, I'm going to have it fixed. Well, it's not going to get fixed. So, but what I did was I installed another Windows, not on top of the one I had, but another one next to it, and in another drive, and it's just, I don't know. When I do it, I'm like, well, I guess I should get Windows 11.
Make think.
But I don't know. I keep holding. I don't want to. It's like, I don't know. Maybe I should. I don't know. I mean, you have Windows 10, right? Oh, you do have 11. Oh, you do. What do you think of it? It's no difference to you? Is it just... Oh, I know. Yeah, but another thing too is why is it they have to, I mean, Windows 10 every single day, you get something that, what's up with that? I mean, but it's, there's no laws. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I totally see that. We were talking about that earlier too, but you have your, when if you don't turn off settings that you have like with your Windows 11 or Windows 10 or whatever, when you get it, I mean, the thing is, it's all geared to collect information from you constantly, never stopping, taking up your bandwidth. Just what? What? Key logging.
Of the last century puts again mythologies and archaeological facts in balance. 13-foot tall man, it's high, but a 40-foot tall giant.
But it's like it's okay. What it's doing is taking your words and changing it to text.
It's only a
sculpture. And then it's key log.
Check out every host is quite a challenge.
It's key logging.
And at the same time,
logging what you say, basically typing is, that's why it changes your words into text, because it's like typing, so it's key logging, which is what? And they send that information, and it's like a stream. It's not like it, Well, you can turn that stuff off. I mean, you can turn that stuff off, and also all that stuff's going on constantly in the background. That takes up your CPU, and percentage of your CPU. A lot of it's going to all that stuff that could make your other, like, video editing could go a lot faster without it, and you don't need it. It's nothing. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look up. I'm gonna have to look up and see what Windows 11, what the best things are to have turned off, and because people. I mean, like, the updates, I never know if an update's going to, mess up my drivers, like my sound will disappear. I'll turn on my computer, the sound doesn't work anymore. It's because I got an update for Windows. So it's like I turned off getting updates. No, thank you. And forget that. I mean, well, I have, security. I don't know what you mean by that. If you're talking about, okay, you have your computer, you probably have You don't have a virus program separate from, you probably have. Oh, you do that? Oh, well, that's not a very good one, but that's okay. But you still, no matter what, Windows Defender is always running. Okay, and that's, you can't shut that off, but is yours shut off? I don't think so. You know how much CPU that uses? But anyway, and the updates, the security updates, you don't need it, right? You don't need it. Right. And you have to go into your policy editor to actually shut all that stuff off. But when you install a virus program, when that's credible or whatever, it's supposed to automatically, the program will automatically turn off Windows Defender. It's supposed to automatically turn it off. And if it hasn't, then and you don't need two of the things. So, but the updates, the security updates, quote unquote, are like Windows Defender, virus updates. Like they have to, for the latest virus detection or whatever. But if you have your virus program's already doing that. So. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I want to hear this.
Get out from there.
Okay.
But here is what you call the primum mobile. Or I guess that would be the primum mobile. Okay?
Ow.
That's where spirit is, the cause. And then in here is the crystalline sea. That's the crystalline sea that John saw in Revelation with the 24 elders encircling it. The 24 hours. Right? Or the 24,000 years of procession. Here is what we call the firmament. I'll have to check that. I don't know why I'm confused now, but you've got primum mobile, crystalline sea, and that would be the firmament. Anyway, I'll get back to that in a minute. There you have Saturn, the first ring. You see, when we come through the rings of Saturn, the soul is descending to eventually live on this earth with a material fleshly body. But it must go through all these polarizations. It must descend through 7 levels. And they are the 7 emanations, or the 4 emanations of the Jews. These are acquiring this atomic nature as it descends down to be hexed in matter. Okay? So you've got, the first ring belongs to Saturn. Do you know what his name is in Greek? No, Greek. Chronos. Chronology. Time. Chronometer. Right? He's the timekeeper. He keeps the time, the sine wave. That's why when we are born down here, when we get born down here, we're born in sin. Because we're born in the sine wave. The sine wave is through your body. Okay? And it's septenary. It's an octave. Look, every septenary is rounded off to an octave. So, you've got an octave of music, which consists of 7 diatonic notes. Okay? There are 7 days of the week, there are 7 liberal arts, there are 7 everything, all right? You've got 7 vital organs in the body, 7 visible planets in the solar system, the 7 Elohim of Genesis. My God, the list goes on and on and on. I don't want to bore you. But these are the 7, because that's the number of physical matter. As these go around and create all their various shapes, like the particles of an atom, creating molecules and bodies and cells, cellular bodies, so do these guys here enable these physical bodies that we are carrying to be sustained and vitalized. They are the ones that are responsible. And we have those 7 chakras in our body exactly as it is here. The sun is always in the middle kingdom. It's in the heart. It's the heart chakra. Above the heart chakra, we have 3 chakras. That's the inferior world, which goes up to heaven, the pineal gland, the ruling, controlling endocrine gland body of the other 7 of the endocrine system. Okay, but below the sun is the infernal world, and ruled by Mercury, Venus, and the moon. And these are the feminine ones: Gaia, Earth, the moon, Isis or Nephthys. Mercury is a hermaphrodite, so he gets to be, you know, bisexual. Venus is a feminine, and all these are the boys in the inferior world, because they are to do with these. It's simple. It's just physics. Okay, so as we go down into Saturn's kingdom, he's also called Satan in the scriptures. We are in the kingdom of Satan, right? Satan has blinded the minds of the unbelievers, of course, because when we come from unconditioned consciousness and we hit those rings of Saturn as we descend, and we accumulate those 7 vices, but we have to unlock those vices and turn them to virtues as we go back up Jacob's ladder. Well, once we hit Saturn's rings, we're in the kingdom of Satan. And he blinds our minds because he gives us Maya instead of the truth. And we go around trying to work it out, you know, and until finally we awaken. Until finally we break those, we get the energy flowing up, and we get baptized in the Jordan River, which is the Eridanus. That's the Jordanus. When you get baptized, you know, it's no use staying in the lower chakras. They're useful for energy and vitality, for sure. But if we think and live in there, we're never going to get it. We have to transmute. We have to grow. We are very, very fortunate. There's a consciousness descending upon us, and it's incontrovertible, it's inevitable, and we either benefit from it or we get lost on the wayside, because many will not grasp it and many will not benefit fully. Eventually they will. Everything returns back to the ether. We all become ethereal eventually as we ascend. And we must ascend from the solid molecular carbon 666, 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electron bodies that we've been hexed with. And in fact, I've shown this many times. If you flat pack a hex, that's what you get. That's the hex. We've been hexed. Okay? In fact, that's the Japanese kanji. Chinese kanji for Earth is just that. Okay? And they don't like the number 4 in Japan. Right? There's in the north of Japan, there's a whole series of cities that are called by their numbers: Ichi, Ni.
I've never liked 4 either. Sun. I never knew why.
Sun, and then rather than going to Yon, which is 4, or even using Yon, they will avoid 4, like we avoid 13. So there are these 7 towns in the northern of Japan. I've been through there, and you've got Ichi no he, Ni no he, San no he, and there's no 4. It goes to Go no he. It goes straight up to 5, because no one will live in that city. That 4, the 4 which comes from the unpacked hex, the 4 elements. You see, that's, I'll get this right, water, earth, feminine, because this line of the cross is feminine. So you've got earth is over here, water is over here, and I'm going to put north and south, because nous is fire, and spirit is air. So you've got fire and air running down the masculine line, and you've got water and earth corresponding to north, east, south and west. Okay? That's how it works. Everything is interrelated, and I don't go looking for it. It's there. I didn't put it there. It's there. You know, I mean, people say, "Oh, Santos, your New Age theories are ridiculous." You know, I get the on YouTube and that. And first of all, New Age. I mean, what does that mean? Didn't I just say PRISCA theologia, ancient theology? Aren't I talking about Hermes? Wasn't he like in the past? Yeah. New Age and theories. They're not my theories. This is not opinion. I didn't put the Tropic of Cancer there. You know, I didn't invent spiral and spirit and share the same word. And then another thing that people say to me is one person wrote in, hate to be negative, but I'll just squeeze this one in. She says, oh, well, all of this sounds good in English. This can't be true because it doesn't work in other languages. Well, it does. I speak Italian, French, Portuguese, Spanish. I can do this in any one of those languages. In fact, I'm going to do it as soon as I get some time. But let's have a look at some of this. I mean, I've already shown that spring is called primavera, first time. Right, the first season, the spring, it's there. March used to be called Primus. The Italian word for is the last heaven that we must leave. And that's the crown chakra. That's the last one. We've got to go to heaven, right? That's the metaphysical aspect of all of this. And you can see already how much you can benefit from this knowledge, can't you, spiritually, as you realise that reality is spiritual. This is phenomenal. Saturn is old man Kronos. He has the scythe, so he's the grim reaper, but he is the one that gives us our physical life. For whoever is born of flesh or in time must therefore die in time. See, the moment when the sperm of the male is received by that little egg and those two eggs become one, that's when spirit unites with matter and they create a Vesica Pisces in between. And that is the moment that you are baptized in death. That's the moment you begin to die, because before that, you were alive. It's death. It's the baptism of death. And it comes from the womb of your mother, which is a tomb. That's why you come out from a womb and you end up in a tomb. Same word, according to Plato. Okay? So when our father, the spirit, because the sperm, you can't see that little egg. There's no way. You're not going to see it. It's a spirit. That's why they call it the spirit. The masculine part, the guy donates this little egg. And the woman does the rest in her womb. From that moment, you're dying. You're baptized in death. Therefore, you need to be purified with water. Christians get baptized and they symbolize that with water. Holy Spirit, air, when you burst your spirit chakra, the throat. And then fire, when you have the baptism of fire and you've been baptized in the Jordan. That's the story. It ain't literal like they teach it in the churches at all. It's a spiritual story. It always will be, and it's always been there. You just got to point to it and see it. If you don't see it, you're not looking. It's only for people who have eyes to see and ears to hear. And that's why the churchgoers are very keen to preach to you that, you know, that their interpretation is correct and everything like that, because they are actually being forced to do their thinking from their lower solar plexus, their lower mind, which is not evil, but it's not the higher mind. This is the land of opinion, the land of belief and faith, whereas this is the land of direct knowing, when you go up to Aries. And you're going to see how important Aries is in a minute, once I finish this with the cardinal points. Colossians 1:27, 26 to 27, where the Apostle Paul says, "The sacred secret from all times that was hidden from your eyes is now being revealed to you, and that is the glory of the Christ within." What was he talking about? Well, he's talking about there's a sacred fluid that is produced in your cerebrum, in the pia mater portion, the holy portion of the brain, right? At the claustrum, otherwise known as the holy claustrum or Santa Claus, and it goes down into the midbrain. It hits the pineal gland and the pituitary gland. It gets differentiated there. The pineal sends an electric portion of that fluid down the pingala, and then the pituitary gland sends a magnetic portion down the pingala. It goes down to the sacrum here in the spine, and you have a nerve ending called the sacrum. Let's not use the word chakras because that's from the devil. Let's call them nerve endings or ganglion, and you'll find that in Gray's Anatomy. And as I will show you, English is the best language in the world for understanding this science, because the English language comes from the oops, what am I doing? I better concentrate. Anglican. British is also not an English word, it's a Jewish word, Hebrew word. Covenant of the people. So Anglican, British, whatever. I'll show you today how the Anglican, the English language, is the best for astrotheology via Greek and Latin. Because the Greeks and the Romans and everybody appropriated all of this science, and Egypt was the mother of it. Not the inventor, they were the mother of it that passed it on to the Greeks and the Romans. And the English now have the language that resembles it the most. Down the middle, good number. 4 comes along, whoops, 2 and 2. So, as Pythagoras said, the world is made by numbers. All is number. All is number. God makes things by numbers. All the philosophers, all the schools have ever said that. Numbers. And these are the numbers. Unity, division, the two forces, good and evil. Adam and Eve, Adam and evil. Uniting and dividing, electricity and magnetism, that's all it does. Walter Russell says clearly, it says there's only one thing that happens in the universe, that's electricity. And we happen to call it positive electricity and negative electricity, which is electromagnetism. And everything is doing that. And that is the spectrum. That is where we live. Notice this arch here, Aries, Taurus, all the way, and you've got Libra here. You have 7. Remember, we said that the Ark of Noah, he only has 5 months, because the floods of Noah start here and 150 days of water until Mount Ararat. Well, that's the 150. These are the 5 signs of negativity. Spot on. Sinister is the left brain. That's sinister. This is dexter, right. Now, the thing is, when you use your right hand, you're actually engaging your sinister brain. And this is why the hierarchy, these guys here, when you go to school, they want you to use your right hand, and they smack you if you're using your left hand, because when you're using your left hand, you're engaging the feminine right brain. And they don't like that, because you connect a lot of things together, join a lot of dots with this one. This one over here doesn't see the dots. So it's good, you can manipulate people over here. So this is why sin comes from sinister, because people are living in that left brain, which is associated with the cerebellum, bellum being at war with God the good, and people are easily to be controlled, you see.
But also remember, it's ruled by Uranus. And Uranus is the daddy of Saturn. Beyond the spheres of Saturn is Uranus. Uranus means heaven. Heaven is heaved up. This is heaved up. This is the heaven. The heaven is reached here, the ram, the cerebrum, when one is able to activate the 7 chakras and turning the 7 vices that these chakras represent, turning those into virtues. And in the process of ascending that beautiful energy up the spine, one is able to reach the high heavens. You see, when Jesus dies at the age of 33 bones of the spinal column, at the very, very top, this is talking about, see, Jesus is born, but Christ is raised, you see. So this is why you hear about Jesus' ministry lasting for 33 years, and then he is crucified when the oil has reached the top of the medulla oblongata, and then finally it returns into the third ventricle and activates the pineal gland. All of the dormant brain cells in the brain. This is why heaved up heaven, Uranus, the father of Saturn, who is ruling the age of Aquarius. Uranus and Saturn together, and we are here. And we have been in this ruled by Jupiter, which is capitalistic wealth and greed and money, because Jupiter has a consort, Juno. And Juno is where money, Juno Moneta, was pressed in Rome. And this is the greed of Pisces and the capitalism. And this is the rule of money. Here there is no money. Here there is a mental and spiritual exchange of energy, the proper currency. This is why it's so important to know this science. It's so imperative, because we need to understand where we are going. This is called, there's a 1,000-year rule of Uranus here. Here is the 1,000 years that the Bible is talking about. There will be 1,000 years of peace, because Uranus gets to rule the first portion of his co-rulership with Saturn. And this fulfills in the Bible what it talks about when Jesus says, when I come into my Father's kingdom and I will sit at his right hand. That's basically, essentially, that is Saturn saying that he will sit at the right hand of Uranus for 1,000 years. And then, after the 1,000 years, Saturn will return as the ruler, and there will be deception, a period of deception. To understand that, about this rulership of Uranus and Saturn, Stowe's Bible Astrology, the Bible founded on astrology. And in here he talks about this co-rulership. And it's biblical. We're going to go into that today, to uncover that. So you see, we have two very powerful planets that have such an impact on today's world. The reason why Saturn is prominent and not so much Jupiter. Jupiter is the main ruler of capitalism and the last Piscean age. Jupiter is basically 90% ruler. Jupiter has more influence than Saturn, but the Saturnian church, which harvests Saturnian energy, these are your bar, for instance. You'll find those as magistrates, and they call themselves magistrates, and they are a fraternity that are registered in London, the British Accredited Registry. But when you see the word bar backwards, it's rabbi, because it's Talmudic law that they are imposing through their Church of Saturn. This is why the magistrates wear black. Now, these guys are in your churches. This is the Latin church. Remember, Virgil in the Aeneid said, "For we Latins are Saturn's people." And Virgil wasn't the only one. Many Roman philosophers made that statement, that Latin is all about Saturn. So you've got Saturn, Latin, Atom, and this church, which is the Barb, is working with the gluttonous church of Jupiter. See, the Saturnian greedy Barb, these so-called rabbis that give us Talmudic law, and these ones that give us maritime law, the Jupiterians, from Rome, canon law, etc., Admiralty law. This is the church of gluttony and the church of greed. And this is a coven of witches, folks. These two churches are a coven of witches that have suppressed this beautiful knowledge. You see, the churches that go around professing to be Christian, to be based on this science, are in fact the force of these two planets gone haywire, basically. That's what it means. They are harvesting this energy, and this is why we have been dominated by money and greed in the age of Jupiter. But relief is coming, because Uranus in Aquarius will rule together for 2,000 years. Ram. Ram is Royal Arch Masonry. This is the Royal Arch, the bark of Ra. It is also right ascension of Meridian. And
I hope you guys enjoyed that. You know, the more I learn
there is so
about
much
astrology, the more intriguing it becomes. It's just uncanny.
And science.
It had to be from Atlantis. No one person in ancient times could have thought up all that and been dead nuts on. I mean, how the heck did that happen, huh? It just gets weirder and weirder. That's why I scoff at nothing. Well, I hope you enjoyed tonight's show. I'm gonna keep it under 3 hours. We're at 2:46. I just want to say good night to you guys, and I'll be back probably Saturday. You know, I'm a glutton for punishment. Let's see, where are you? There you are.
Good night. Good night, Greg. Good night, everybody.
Yes, good night, Pauli. Thanks for stopping by. You know, it was cool. I wish that Grouch would have been able to join us, but, you know, I always think I might come back right around 9 in the morning, because that's when a deuce gets up and I can get a hold of everybody. So, yeah, don't be surprised if I call you in the morning.
Okay.
Hey, Jasper, right. I haven't seen you in a while, buddy. How's it going? Buried Axe Play, Johnny's List. I gotta say hello to these guys.
Hello, Greg.
Hey, what's going on, Andy? I haven't talked to you in a bit.
Johnny's List.
Sitting back listening.
Yeah. Have you enjoyed it? Have you enjoyed the information?
Yep. He's always good, that bloke.
I always enjoyed him. Yes, I have. Yeah. He
gives a different take on things.
Yeah, he calls the religion syncretism now. It's basically everything wrapped up into one, you know. And I don't, man, you know, like, it's intriguing. It's really interesting learning all that stuff. And you think, where did all that come from? And when did it come? Because that stuff, no one person could just sit on and make up.
I mean, it's so complicated, that stuff. It's like, that would have to take, you know, a few hundred years before it got that. I don't know.
Generations?
Because, I mean, I've studied astrology and stuff, because it always intrigued me, because it seemed like, I mean, I wanted to understand how it is possible if somebody's born in September and they're a Virgo, you know, like, how the planets do affect their personality.
Right.
And, you know, and I wanted to see if it was, like, true, because most of the time when I read the horoscopes or whatever, you know, they never seem to be right. Never seem to apply to me.
Those are just people that are trying to capitalize on some niche. You know, there is that part of it. You can't, you know, it's hokey.
But that's what got me to wanting to understand it.
You know, part of astrology is also the tarot. And you would think that the tarot maybe came from the Torah, but it's the other way around. The Torah came from the tarot, yes. And there's something going on with that too. That's spooky.
Well, all I know is, you know, the way I was raised, and you know, that was you don't mess around with tarot. You don't, you know, or Devin, you know, divination.
Well, that's the religions getting, saying you can't do that.
But I mean, there's the reasons for that, but I wanted to understand astrology, so I did. I started learning how to, I could make people's charts, and it was all just to see if it was really true, like certain people born on certain, with the certain things, planets in certain places, they have certain personalities, and it's true. I mean, I would randomly find people. I would this is when in the AOL days, I would get on there and just randomly go into a chat room and I would meet a stranger purposely just to ask if I could do their chart, and nobody ever said no, and it was amazing to me, and I could tell them just from their chart, I could tell them about themselves.
One of our members, Janice Phillips, created a chart for me, but I can't read it. I don't have the slightest idea how to read it. You got to be pretty experienced and knowledgeable to be able to read them things.
Well,
when Saturn is rising and all this stuff.
Those are all you get an infomeres, I think it's what it's called, an
things go in
infomere. It's a big old book. These big old books. But what you want to know is, you get there's all kinds of programs that are free for astrology that will analyze your stuff and tell you.
Yeah.
But which are pretty good. But
I was born at 7:30 p.m. on a Saturday night, December 14th.
So you know what? I could do your chart for you.
Go ahead.
Okay, but I have to. Your birth time is the most important part.
Yeah.
Because that's extremely important, and also where you were born.
Detroit, Michigan.
Okay, hang on. And
So, Paulie, when you talk about that birth time, what about nowadays where lots of people are born through cesarean section? Does that affect it?
I thought about that before. And I've also thought that it seems to me that maybe astrology would work better if it was when you were conceived. If you could take that time, the day, the time. Of course, it's really hard to know that. But I mean, I don't know. I think I've thought about the cesarean thing, and I think it's just fate. You're born on, if it's C-section or whatever. And they can't precisely tell you well, come in for a C-section and we're going to start at 10 o'clock and be done by 11:15. And that's when your baby will. They can't tell you the time. So that's one thing that's kind of.
I can tell you certain things like minerals. They can tell what minerals that your body will be naturally short of by your astrology sign. And I thought, well, come on, that's too hokey. But then I find out there's science behind it. Actually, when you were gestating, minerals are much like plants, flowers, and they come into season and they go out of season. So if you're gestating, while the certain minerals are out of season, those are the minerals that you'll lack throughout your life. It makes sense.
And all that affects the way that your personality. All that affects your genes. How you're built.
Right. For me, the mineral that I'm supposed to be short of is it's not silicone. I didn't even know that was a mineral, but it is.
Well,
silicone phosphate.
Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of a minute thing, isn't it? Kind of.
Well, there's 12 cell salts. There's 12 essential minerals for your blood cells. You really can't be short any of them, That's why I take cell salts. Put it under your tongue, it's sublingual. Because you have to maintain a zeta potential of negative 70 millivolts.
So I need you to tell me what time you were born again.
7:30 p.m.
7:33?
7:30 p.m. That's
okay.
It might have been 34. It might have been 31. I don't know, but my mom told me it was about 7:30.
It does make a difference, but the first thing that pops into your head is usually right. But it does make a difference. 7:30.
Isn't it an odd time for someone to be born? Usually it's late at night or early in the morning. It's not like early.
I don't know if that's an odd time, but And what day? What day?
It was a Saturday, December the 14th.
December 14. What year?
1957.
1957. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you said it was Detroit?
Detroit, Michigan, St. John's Hospital.
St. John's
Hospital.
Okay, because that matters.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Detroit.
And I remember that when I was born, the nurse said he will be an awesome man. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, really? Well, like my husband, he's
greatest man alive.
But I know so many people that were born in February. It's not even funny.
A sweet man. Yeah. You see, my son Greg is born in December too. We're both Sagittarius. And my son Nathan is an Aquarius, and he does have his, or not Aquarius, Gemini.
I mean,
he does have his head in the clouds.
That's usually a January.
Gemini is known for being
Capricorn's has their head in the
oblivious.
clouds too. But what is going to be, what I'm going to find out is your rising sign is your personality.
I'd like to know that too. You know, I'm a fire sign, but I'm mutable fire. I'm not fixed.
Yeah, well,
you know. So.
And you find out a lot because you're musical. Usually when
I'm
someone's
left-handed.
musical,
Yeah, I pretty much live in my right brain.
so you're left-handed.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, you're good at other things too. You'll be good at other things, unless you're.
I pretty much excel at everything that I do. I'm not trying to brag. I'm just saying, the things that interest me, I pretty much
me too.
I excel at.
If I'm interested in it,
That was the optimum word, Greg. Things that interest me.
Yes. I mean, I wouldn't excel at, say, weed pulling because it doesn't interest me.
That doesn't interest. Well, maybe it does interest some people, but not too many. Yeah, the other day I was outside picking up sticks from the bad storm. We had, blew branches all over the place. They had just tons of sticks, like branches and stuff. So I walking around picking up the sticks. And I'm like this, thinking, what a way to spend an afternoon, picking up sticks and throwing them away. And
just throw them in the fire pit. Use it for kindling.
Well, yeah, I made there's a big. It's going to be a nice big bonfire out there one day.
Yeah.
But because my husband's going, well, I'll buy you some lunch if you pick up all the sticks out there. And I'm like, oh, and I forgot about the storm. So I'm out there and I'm like, oh my God, the whole thing is full of sticks. And we have a half acre full of just, and then now the weeds are growing because
do you have horses?
No, we don't have any
I
horses.
have this dream. And I might try to actually realize it. I want to live on a farm again. I lived on a farm. We rented a farmhouse. It was an active farm, but we rented the house, and the farmer worked the fields. But that's how I grew up as a kid. Playing on a gravel driveway and hearing the bugs. And
I always wanted to be on a farm.
At night, it's black. It's dark.
Yeah.
And then I moved to the city when I was like in the second grade, and I've lived here ever since. And I want to go back to the country because there's a different feeling. And maybe get a couple horses. It just sounds like a dream.
I mean, horses are cool.
I love them. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think they're just, I don't know, they're so cool.
Mm-hmm.
And I've never really had that much experience with horses, only a couple of times, but nothing like, I don't know, but
they're scary animals, I mean, they're big, they're giant, man.
I know it.
And you gotta show no fear.
Pauli,
what?
If you ever want to get the opportunity, go into a paddock, a fair area where there's 2 or 3 horses, put a chair in the middle of it, sit down and read a book, and they'll come up and they'll stand back and gradually come onto you, and they'll start trying to check you out.
Andy has horses.
And the biggest thing that you have to learn is not to fear.
Right.
And when you don't, the majority of people have a fear of them because of what you just said. They are a big animal. and yet I say you can connect through the mind to them.
Oh yeah.
And you're able to learn.
Yes. They're gentle. They have gentle dispositions.
I'll use the word control, but it's not probably the correct word. But you and them can learn to communicate really well. And like, one of the best I've seen in videos and things doing it is Monty Roberts. He really perfected a lot of things that he put in writing about that process. So I still maintain that we can connect through the mind to each other, to
I think
horses.
I have with my cat.
Any animal, animal, and insects too.
Yeah, she's just the smartest cat, I swear. And you know, a dog, like they'll say, you know, don't show a dog any fear, because if you do, it might bite you.
Well, you know, but the worst thing is don't smile. Don't smile at your cat. Don't smile at a dog because you're showing your teeth. Showing your teeth that's an attack.
Oh.
You're being aggressive when you show your teeth. It's not smiling to them. They don't smile. But dogs have kind of figured that out. And they, you know, some dogs, like I had my girlfriend, she had a dog that you would say tell it to smile, and it would try to show its teeth. So
you know
it
what?
knew.
My cat is so smart, and I know this you might not believe this. She's so smart. There's two
most
things
people walk
that she
around
did.
smiling all the time.
She must have got fleas from a plant that we had outside and brought in. That's the only thing I can think of. She's a house cat. She doesn't go outside. So she got fleas. She went down in the basement and wouldn't come upstairs until we got rid of the fleas.
You're kidding.
No. And another thing, I fell on my bike because I was looking down, pedaling hard, and I ran into a curb. I didn't see it jutting out, and I flipped over the handlebars. I'm 250 pounds.
Oh my God.
I flipped over the handlebars and hit a curb with my ribs, and I felt my ribs push in and then trampoline out.
God.
And I thought I busted it, you know, because it was hurting like a son of a bitch. I couldn't breathe, but I had just knocked the wind out of myself. I really thought I was messed up at first, but I wasn't. But I had bruised ribs for a month. My cat would lay on my ribs, and the warmth of her body and her weight was perfect tension. It helped me heal.
Really? And she never did that before?
Never did it before or since.
Wow. Look, I mean, it's because they don't talk doesn't mean they don't communicate. Their communication is, they think in pictures. That's how they think. And but anyway, if you can stop thinking in words and think in pictures, they will perk up right away. Mm-hmm. You can tell them to do things. And you know, I mean, the first time I was able to do it, I told one of my cats, you know, I was upstairs. I said, you know, come upstairs and come upstairs and come in the bed, because it was like I woke up like at 3 o'clock in the morning, didn't know, had nothing else to do. So I thought I would try to learn, because I had a friend who would talk. He was always doing this. Like we would be driving around someplace, stop at a stop sign, waiting, and he'd see a cat or an animal or something, and he would look at it, and then the next thing you know, the animal's walking over to him or walking down, doing something. Mm-hmm. And he's showed me, you know, he told me, he goes, well, you have to think in pictures, you have to make it like a movie, and you know, whatever, like you're seeing through their eyes, and you can tell them, you can ask them things, you can, you know, whatever. But it took me a long time before I could do it. Mm-hmm. But when I did it for the first time, all of a sudden I told my cat Yoda, you know, come upstairs and come and jump on the bed, and the next thing, it took him like 5 minutes. I think probably he was like totally shocked, because you know, it's like, because most of the time the animals are looking at us, and they don't know what we're thinking. I mean, they know what we're feeling, but some, you know, it's like it's all this muddled up stuff, because it's all, we don't think in pictures, we think in words.
Hey Andy, it reminds me.
He got on the bed, and I was completely flabbergasted. I was like, do what? It really works, but
yeah. Go for it, Greg.
Sorry, Paul. I thought you were done.
I would love to live on a farm.
For sure.
Any kind of farm.
Andy, what you know, the animal that scares me are cows, man. Those things are huge. I wouldn't want to get near no damn cow.
Cows are awesome.
Trample me.
Oh,
Well, again, cows are like most, even people are the same. So if you're handling them all the time, shifting them from location to location and things like that, they become very connected. Now, if they've never been around people, of course, you got to be careful because they don't see you. They don't know whether you're a friend or a foe.
Right.
So, but one thing we've learned over the years from all of these horses and cattle, if they lose one, say at birth or very young, you just don't go in and pick it up and get rid of it. You've got to leave it there for a day or two because they actually mourn.
Right.
Also, if you have one down for some reason, right, the others will be coming around poking at it to see if, to try and get it back up on its feet.
Yeah.
So they actually have the ability amongst their own group to look after each other and feel for each other. So yeah, and you know, like we've noticed over the years, if there is a death like what I've described, and you let them mourn, especially the females, they get over it really good. But if you have them just took away and that's it, the females will sometimes, well, for want of a better word, go a bit crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there is a lot in the animal world that we don't understand.
Is it true that all cows face the same direction?
I heard
that. It was...
All cows
So,
face
like, when you go
the
to
same direction.
school?
Oh, you mean, are you talking about like those animals on YouTube that they were like whole bunches of herds of sheep and herds of cow, whatever, they're going in a big circle all together?
I hear, and I don't know if it's in the North American continent or United States or world, but all cows face the same direction because of the magnetic pole, the North Pole.
Well, why would they do that?
That's
They don't.
just what
It's
I
not
heard.
like they migrate. They're not. They don't. Well, would they be migratory if they weren't domesticated?
I don't know. It's a good question.
They continually move. They continually move to the food
Where the
cycle.
grass is.
Pole, yes.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
the wildebeest in Africa. You know, they go from the Saturn, like a couple thousand miles. They're on this migration, and massive herds of zebra and wildebeest travel 2,000 miles through the Serengeti, through Kenya, and when this migration is going on, that's when the predator animals are eating. Because when the migration's not going on, they're lucky if they can find a carcass, you know.
Right.
The lions and all that. So, and they move all the way down to the bottom of Kenya and then turn around and run back. And they do that their whole lives.
And if you think
They
about
follow
it,
the rainy season.
that's a smart thing to do though, because they're eating up the grass as they go along. But after they pass that area, the grass will start growing again. So when they come
Yes.
back, the grass will be there again.
Yeah, it all balances out. Yeah, and there's no waste.
They always have food.
Thank
So
God
that's the smart thing, to keep moving so that
it shows that the Earth is in a delicate balance with the life that's on the Earth. And
Right.
we screw around with systems and things that could throw that balance off. And you know, it's like for a fruit. When a fruit there's something wrong with it, it sends out an electromagnetic signal to tell the bugs to come and eat it.
Really?
Yeah, but healthy ones don't.
Really?
Yeah.
Where did you learn that? That's interesting.
From
wow.
Walt Thornhill.
Wow, that's.
And that's why when they're doing that Monsanto thing, they're messing with that.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
They even go so far as to sabotage organic farms. Why would they do that? That's just evil. I mean, that's just rotten.
Well, what about the laws? You know, they pass it. You know, you can't. Before you were, well, it's not a law, but I mean, I don't know if it is a law. Maybe it is a law in California. I don't know, but
Can't collect rainwater. It's against the law.
yeah, that's a thing here now too. You're not allowed to fill up your own barrels, and if they see you have barrels of water, you get fined big time, like $5,000 or something.
Because you need
ridiculous.
to be buying it. The groundwater in California is down like 60 feet since the 70s.
Oh, and what about the Euphrates River drying up, you guys? What do you think about that?
I didn't know. Is it?
Yes, it's drying up.
Wow.
And that's a prophecy in the Bible.
The Euphrates is drying up. I was not aware of that. I know that Lake Mead is.
I mean, it's like it's like a trickle.
Wow.
I mean, seriously, there's nothing there, or hardly nothing.
Because isn't it the Tigris and the Euphrates cross?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Well, probably. But all I know is there's a prophecy in the Bible about when the second coming, the Euphrates will dry up. That's like one of the first things that's supposed to happen, and then there's other things that are supposed to happen after that. But when I saw that, I'm like, is that for real? So I checked it out, and yeah, for real. And people are just, there's a huge drought there, so people are, they don't have food because they don't have any water. It's awful.
Yeah,
that's not the only river that's drying up, though. There's lots of other places. Well, the Colorado River, that thing's a joke now.
What river is that?
The Colorado.
Well,
Colorado
River. The river that allegedly carved the Grand Canyon. What a joke.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the main river that west, like California and Arizona and Utah, the adjacent states by California, they all take their water from Colorado. And also they use it for fracking, but I mean it used to be
We're
this
destroying
mighty
the
river.
planet.
And the thing goes all the way to Mexico, right? Mm-hmm. And it doesn't even make it past I forget what it is. It's like I don't know, 300, 400 miles before Mexico when it just dries up to nothing.
Yeah, the Colorado too, huh?
It's gotten really bad.
Well,
so,
we're destroying the planet. It gets browner and browner every year.
Oh, I know. But the water...
We'll just live underground like Mars.
You live underground.
I like that theory.
I don't know if I would like to live underground. I mean, you were talking about, you had that test done and you felt like you were in a coffin.
Oh, it was awful.
I mean, I would be like all that. If you live underground, what is you have like tons and tons of rock? I don't know. I mean, I've been in a cave before. Like I would,
you'd think you might get claustrophobia, and I think that human beings
really
can't.
I didn't like it.
I think there's something going on with human beings can't multiply underground. I heard that.
What?
Yeah. They don't gestate or something.
Well,
that's just what I heard. Now I don't know. It could be a wise tale.
Well, I know. If you're down in a cave for a long period of time, it messes up your biorhythms and your sleep cycle and everything. You
got to take vitamin D because you're not getting any sun.
Right.
We're surface dwellers,
It messes you up, but. Obviously there's been civilizations, cultures or whatever that's where they lived. But that's not to say that they never came out.
Right.
But people think, well, I'm gonna, if a cataclysm comes or something, I'm gonna live underground.
Mm-hmm.
But what if a cataclysm
is, it's just you'd go nuts. It wouldn't be long, and then, man, you better have facilities. Like, what if you're stranded in your basement and there's a massive catastrophe? First thing you got to do is work out where the hell you're going to go to the bathroom, how the hell you're going to eat, where you're going to get your water from. Better have that planned.
Well, but being in a cave, I think it would be better than being in your basement because your basement's kind of a small place.
Right. But if you go down underground, you have to at least be 60 to 80 feet. People who build bunkers 12 feet down, they're not going to survive.
Yeah, that's not deep enough. I totally agree.
It might even be a mile. But they have these DUMBS, these deep underground military bases, with giant highways connecting them all over the world.
They have everything in there.
And some guy and his buddy stumbled into one of them. He went into an old mine, and they started going down these stairs and down until they got to like the 37th level, and they were spotted by a camera and arrested and kicked out of the country.
Oh my God! And but they never got to actually go and see
they never got to see the massive cities.
They were just wow though.
Yeah.
People
they
are
have
watching.
These big earth borers, man. They're huge. They can probably, who knows how fast they can bore down.
Yeah. And I think you know those sounds that people hear, like it's coming from the sky or whatever. It sounds like machinery or whatever. Like makes. Well, I think it's that machine. Yeah. I think it's that machine that's making that noise.
Yeah, these things here.
I mean, can you imagine that
down to a science?
That machine has been around since like the turn of the century.
Yep.
Which is crazy. So how much better is the machine now? And where they have tunnels that probably connect every continent to every continent under the ocean and everything probably.
Oh yeah, and they have train systems and things, and it's very sophisticated.
And it's sophisticated. Yeah, that's I don't know how far ahead of in technology the what do you want to call it, the military complex, whatever they call that. I mean, I used to think it was like 50 years, and I was hearing somebody said it was like more like 100 now.
Oh yeah, they have. I wouldn't doubt it if we had the ability to travel to the stars, and are doing it. If you think if we did, we wouldn't.
And that's what I mean. And no matter what, they're gonna work out stuff and know everything about it, and know how to fix it or how to break it or how to make sure that nobody can do before they ever let us have it.
Of course, yeah. We have to. We play the oil game. Oil built America. The free world was built on oil, cars.
Oil built America?
Oh yeah, the Rockefellers, oil men, yeah.
But where's the oil now? I mean,
because Pauli, it gave an abundance of energy to do things with.
Yeah, it sparked the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah. Well, it really perpetuated it, didn't it?
But it was really electricity. Oil is used to generate electricity.
But what oil also did was it allowed us to produce an abundance of food, so that then we had a lot of time to put into other endeavours.
Yep.
So we were able to have a lot of people be involved in, say, scientific activities, which allowed for a lot of advancement, especially in that period from the mid-60s right through the 70s.
Yeah, and really in the 1920s, the 1930s and 40s were the what was that called? The authority, the Tennessee Valley Authority was laying America's infrastructure, electricity and.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they electrified the South, the whole country, and then connected it with highways, and that was public works, because the market crash of 1929 generated the Great Depression. People were selling apples, and what happened is that Roosevelt got hired, or came in. America always seems to have the right guy at the right time. And he wanted to put America back to work through massive public works, just like Hitler did. Hitler stole Roosevelt's plan, but it worked. We built dams to generate electricity and modernize the infrastructure. It's old now. It needs to be updated again. Yeah. But that put the country back to work. And, the super rich hated it because they thought, it's the first step to communism, socialism, but it didn't happen.
Super rich.
Yeah, because they don't like the idea that we can buy our own cars and have our own home. They don't like that.
What?
They want us down, super poor, just them rich.
So they have no more competition, you mean, the less competition?
Well, it's either that or they feel entitled and that we're like mutts that don't deserve it.
Unless you're born rich, right?
Right.
Unless you're born rich, you can't.
It's hard.
If you are born rich, you have no clue what money is really for. The people are so rich anymore that money it doesn't mean anything to them. They don't need it. The money, it's nothing. It's not. It doesn't cross their mind like, oh, I have to get, save up my money for this, or what if something happens? I have medical. I need to have this much money, in my bank savings account because just to get, they don't have any worries like that at all.
Yeah, every country seems to have its sort of person that dominates. Like Germany, it's the soldier, and I think in England it's the lawmaker or something like that. The symbol of the United States is the businessman.
I thought it used to be farmers. Really?
It used to be, but it's not anymore. It's the businessman.
Well, in England, they have the Labour Party, but no, is that?
Yeah, they have their words, like conservatives and liberals. I think that's all just window dressing to keep the people divided.
So Russia would be farmers too, right? But
yeah, I can't remember. There's a book I'm reading called Farewell America, and I can't remember the facts, so I don't really want to repeat them because I may be wrong. But
Farewell America.
Yeah, it's eye-opening.
I don't think I'd like to read that book.
Yeah, it was written in 1968.
That we already don't know. But one thing I was thinking about this, and like say for instance, the huge amount of trash that like we have like in the ocean. There's that island of whatever.
Island of garbage, unbelievable, isn't it?
Right, but nobody can't tell me that they didn't already. When they come up, they have like, oh, let's make plastic bags. Let's stop having paper bags in the grocery store because we're using up too much lumber, right?
It's as big as Texas.
Right. Save the forest. So let's have all plastic. Everything will be plastic. Like there was no one, who thought, when they develop things, there's always people that they go, well, if we develop this could potentially happen. They have they and you can't tell me that people didn't go, well, this is going to lead to really bad trash problems and so on and so forth, but they did it anyway. Right. You know what I mean?
Why isn't anyone taking responsibility? You'd think that there would be volunteers that would go get it, clean it up. Is that what this is right here, maybe?
Well, there is a lot of volunteers. I watched a couple of videos just yesterday.
Pretty soon it's going to turn to solid ground, They're building a new continent of garbage.
Well,
just get a lot of worms, right, Andy?
At least
that would help.
At least that the animals are eating it, but it can become like a I don't know. That's true though. I would like to see a picture of that.
Of what?
Of that floating island.
I'm showing it right now. Just look at YouTube. Just keep the sound off.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh really?
Google things when we talk about them.
Okay, then I'm gonna look.
They say it's the size of Texas.
Oh. Does it look like Texas? Doesn't look.
Yeah, you're 30 seconds behind, so you're gonna see some.
Oh, I see it, but
pretty ugly stuff.
It doesn't. How high up in the sky? It doesn't look like it's as big as Texas. Texas is pretty big.
I know. Well, I read that the last time me and Andy were talking about this.
Could you walk on it? Could you build a house on it?
No.
Pauli, Greg, I'll give you a little instance. So a week ago, I'll go back earlier. going back about 8-10 years ago, you had the wave of people coming out of Africa going through Europe, right? And you knew everywhere they went by the rubbish they left behind. You have now where a large amount of Turkey had that earthquake, and you've got a lot of people without housing to live on. And the aid agencies were speaking about the problems with the human waste. Now, I didn't think it'd be hard to get a shovel to bury it, but obviously it must be, because they just go out behind their tent a bit, drop their feces, whatever, and then just come back, and they're wondering why these areas are becoming a stinking mess. You know, so I can't understand humanity when we know so much about that. And in cases like that, people can't even take a shovel and dig a bit of a hole to bury it in or cover it over.
Man, just think of
that's right. It should be mandatory. You know, everybody, that's the consequences of using this is what you're going to have to do.
Well, they don't have a choice at the moment because their houses have been destroyed.
Here's a sobering thought. Just think of all the human beings on Earth that poop every day. Can you imagine how massive amount of poop that is?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're living in shit.
And if you don't think that that's not going to wreck your water, come on.
It says EPA warns against interfering with Garbage Island's delicate ecosystem.
Oh.
I like that. So now it's an ecosystem, and we'll leave it and let it become whatever it wants.
Sentient
We've
thing.
created.
Yeah. It's probably going to grow trees.
And that's another thing too. Well, like you know, when they came up with nuclear, let's have nuclear power plants. That's okay. We're going to build these nuclear power plants, and we're going to do it like this, like this, like this. But we're not going to have, you know, I mean, nobody thought there's going to have to absolutely be an emergency way to shut this thing down now. Not shut it down and it has to, you know, cool down for 18 days or whatever, however long it takes. I mean, they would have to. This is what's going to happen. We're going to have a, you know, emergency message and shut it down, lock it down so that it can't. Okay, nobody thought of that. Nobody came up with that because they don't have those. They don't have any way of, you know, the core's going to melt. Okay, they don't have any way of containing that. Well, that's amazing that nobody came up with that. And another thing, like with oil spills, like the BP oil spill, you mean to tell me that these oil companies didn't come up with a safe, you know, a backup safety thing? If the valve got stuck, they didn't have a, you know, plan B to shut it down. I mean, things itself, you know, to fix the problem by just, you know, they didn't come up with nothing like that. They just, you know, don't tell me that, because this is what I mean. People just go, oh, this and that happened, but why did it happen? Because people, you know, they don't have fail safes for these things. Sure, they must. You know, this is, you can't. I don't know.
But it always comes down to cost and maintenance, which is again cost, doesn't it? Maximize your profit.
Well, hey,
it should be a law. Like you
doesn't matter if there's a law.
Unless you put an oil thing in here, unless it's part of the deal. You have to have these safety things. If you can't afford it, then it's tough shit. Somebody richer than you.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at, Paulie, is it doesn't matter if there's a law. At the end of it, it comes down to a risk factor. It's like in the 1960s, from memory, when Ford had those escorts or whatever it was. And they had a lot of people getting died because if they got rear-ended, they caught on fire.
It's
and
twice
they
the
worked
size
out,
of Texas. Sorry.
And they worked out at the time it was cheaper to pay the compensation to the families if someone got killed than fix the problem. And it's always that balance of what's the cheapest option for me. Well, you know.
I mean, that's just completely.
You know,
that's wrong. Completely wrong. That is allowed.
I understand that, but that's the reality. Understand that, but that's the reality.
Like that. See, that's wrong. It's so wrong. But there you go. You know, if you got the money, people look at people with money like they're smarter than everybody else or
Well, I
something.
can tell you that garbage patch didn't come from Australia. It came from either China or the United States. It looks like it came from the United States.
Well,
it's
couldn't
twice
it be
the
like
size of Texas.
Couldn't it be
Well, you still send barges in.
We might, pretty soon, when it hardens, we can walk to Australia.
Yeah.
So look at
You
the
can build a road to it.
build a park on it. It will be hard enough. You can build houses on it, and then we have a whole new land now.
Yeah.
Greg, the return of Atlantis.
Yes, yes. That's right. That's where the garbage patch kids would live.
Yeah. So.
But there's a
there's another thing. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt, but I gotta blurt this out. There's also a nuclear vault that, when they exploded all them 360 H bombs in the Bikini Atolls. Yeah, and gave the people $50 and said, "Here, you can come back next week." Well, anyways, they put I don't know what they really did, but those islands are still unlivable.
Well, yeah.
And they made a giant hole of all the nuclear waste, threw it all in there, and covered it. They called it a vault. Well, that's now leaking and threatening to burst.
My God! Well, of course, that's what I mean.
And they're not doing a thing.
In their wisdom, they must have known that this is going to happen. But it's not going to be our problem. We'll be dead by then, right? So it'll be
That's
something.
That's not going to be on my watch.
Yeah,
it's okay on my.
I mean, but now technology, can we create something that's more, it's that more of a containment that's better than, so now that the whole, if they're talking, how they were talking about when, Japan had their thing and they were having their towers or their thing that blew up or whatever, and all this radiation was going to come cross over to California, coming over to the West Coast or whatever. They were talking about that.
Yeah, when they had that earthquake and the big tsunami, and it took out a couple of nuclear plants.
That's just one nuclear. That's just one power plant with some cores. This is like 350 with the radiation. Okay.
Yeah.
Like that hasn't been affecting. I don't care, even if they're down in barrels. What the hell?
Yeah, half of the scientists said that there was a possibility that exploding the H-bomb would ignite all the neutron, or what was it? Not oxygen, but what's the other? Nitrogen. It would ignite the nitrogen worldwide, and they still went ahead with the test.
They wanted to see what would be the result. And if you never did it, you wouldn't know.
Did you ever hear the theory that Mars destroyed itself doing something called the Satan test, where they blew themselves up?
Oh, yes. I think I kind of heard that.
Yeah.
Where they actually
playing with stuff like they do at that CERN. They're playing with stuff they have no idea what they're playing with. It's like Thornhill says, to try to learn about energy by crashing particles into each other is like flying a 747 into a mountain and combing through the bits to see how it flies. It makes no sense.
Right, makes no sense. But when I discovered how many
they're working on something else.
What do they call those? They're what are they called? CERN is what is it? A
collider.
Collider. There's like 40,000 colliders.
Yeah, I know.
It
makes you think that there's some other purpose.
There's a map. There's a map on Google, whatever, and it will show you where all the colliders are. They're freaking everywhere.
Thank you, son. Yes.
And they have, they're trying to come up with smaller and smaller colliders, but they all do different things. They're for different purposes.
Right.
But
what they're really doing is they're ramming electricity into each other, basically.
It's mind-boggling. Yeah, but it's mind-boggling.
Maybe they're trying to reach another dimension or something, like open a portal.
Well, come on, certain when they had that thing. They were definitely, they have Shiva out there, and
yeah, I know.
They have that parade.
And they have that bulb, like their building is a dome, and there's a guy who does a something about that dome shape where they get like big electric charges, like capacitors from them. There's a video out there. It's called something. Oh my God! They patented the shape. They were putting a ball in it, and it was shooting the ball like a cannon. I can't remember what it's called. Damn, I'll have to look it up. Yeah,
that's interesting. That's very interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, like a lot of buildings are shaped like that.
Yeah, but you know, they must not run it constantly. Like CERN isn't I mean, you know, because it's like news when they're gonna start it up. Yeah. It's like, well, they're gonna start up CERN. You know, that seems like it always is on the news, like when they're gonna try to do their test or whatever.
Like that's the same bubble that exists in a galaxy.
I wanted to ask you guys before I don't want to forget.
You must remember to start up CERN, they have to basically put everyone else on power restrictions. So they usually do it at times when a lot of people are on, when a lot of industry's not running, because it does consume a lot of electricity.
It takes a lot of energy. Well, what do you guys think about the latest thing with the China and the, you know, their balloons?
Oh my goodness.
Okay, please.
Well, that's that's like the 56K modem spy thing.
Yeah, well, you know how many they found now? I mean, they've shot out, like, well, this is what I've heard on the TV. They've done it like 5 times. They've discovered these balloons 5 different places, and they shot them down.
Guess what, Paulie? The only thing Chinese in them is part of them may have been made in China.
Well,
they're actually a little scientific.
What's the difference?
They're actually a little scientific group in America that released them probably around 18 months ago with GPS trackers to see, and they know that the first one that was shot down, it flew around the world 6 times.
Oh, really? See,
it was like Sputnik all over again.
It's an American thing, and for some reason...
Yeah, it was just a group of people that had the ability to do them.
Hypersonic missiles.
Put them up in their stratosphere to track their movement, you know, just interested people that were able to do it. And I just cannot believe the amount of money that was... Well, you know, your missiles pretty well worked because they were able to knock out a balloon. But think of how much it cost to knock them out of the sky. Wow.
You know,
that's amazing. And why is it people, I mean, they went around, if it went around the world 6 times or whatever, people were seeing these things. And that's, I think...
Well, no, they're too high up.
So many videos where people are going, look, there's the moon, and what is that? It looks just like the moon, but, you know...
No, you won't see them. They're over 40,000 feet up.
And you wouldn't see
them. And when they were saying, oh, you know, we've got to shoot them down because of the risk to commercial aircraft. Well, commercial aircraft can go that high.
But it's a balloon. It's a balloon.
It's about creating paranoia.
I mean, take it, you know, I don't know, you know, well, deflate it or whatever, but you can, like, I don't know, drag it, or, you know, if they can hook up an airplane to an airplane to get the fuel, then they could, you know, definitely get some kind of a thing and, you know, grab it and just, I don't know. But I mean, well, we don't want to shoot it down because it's going to hurt somebody.
Paranoia at its best. Well, I mean, that's what it was.
After that, you know, every day after that, there was another one. There's another one. There's another one. I'm like, okay, well, it seems like China would be smarter than that. They had a big old balloon, you know. And you never talk about equipment or what's on it or anything, you know, spy equipment. It's like, well, I think they have other ways of spying on us a lot better than that. But I thought that was really interesting to watch it, because I was wondering about that.
Grouch said YouTube.com.
So for sure, you know, it was a group of people that were doing, like, research.
I just sent Greg the video. Actually, I'll see if I'll where the bike was discussing it, and I'll send I'll put it in the chat on YouTube.
Yeah.
So yeah, No. So,
You know, they're
it's an
saying here,
interesting-
can CERN make a black hole? Black holes don't exist.
They don't exist, and I don't think CERN could, because if they did, how much energy would it take to make one of those? Come on, even a teeny tiny one.
Right. That just
No.
you know, it might be a sinkhole, but it's not going to be a black hole.
It might be a sinkhole. Yeah. Maybe that's the reason why there's so many sinkholes happening, because there's so many colliders everywhere.
Yeah, you never know.
Maybe it's just we're taking too much liquid out of the Earth.
Yes.
So it's got to be replaced by something.
For sure, that is for sure. Yeah, I mean, the amount of oil that we take from the ground.
Yeah, oil, water, just all sorts of minerals.
Do you have well water on your farm?
Yeah. Yep.
You do have that.
Yeah.
That's got to be a kind of a touchy thing to make sure that it doesn't get parasites in it, or. I mean,
It's a fair way down, and it's very cold. So, this bloke said to me a couple of weeks ago, he said, when he tasted it, he goes, "Long time since any fish spawned in this water, isn't it?" I said, "It's pretty good, isn't it?"
Wow.
Well, the soil, the minerals in the soil are, oh my! I think if you compared one peach from 1950 to the nutritional value of a peach that grows today, you'd have to eat 23 peaches to equal the one in 1950.
No,
nutrition.
It's probably.
It's just, I know it.
Yeah, but that's because today they're basically grown with water and chemicals with the water, so they don't get that true holistic requirement to give them that basis of that mineral that you're talking about.
Well, they need more earthworms, don't they, Andy? I mean, earthworms are amazing creatures. I never realized. They eat garbage and poop dirt.
Well, they eat what's garbage to us.
Yeah.
I mean, besides human beings, I mean, everything poops everything, right?
Yeah.
There must be trillions of things alive pooping.
Yeah, but it's like trees. Their waste is our oxygen, so things work out.
Right.
Yeah, everything has to have a balance, and when you change the balance, you can inadvertently change the balance, and it becomes out of balance. It becomes bad for us.
For sure.
Yes. Or bad for living things like us.
I think the number one source of oxygen on Earth isn't trees. I was surprised to find that out. It's sea plants and phytoplankton.
Yes, phytoplankton. Yes, when I found that out, I was really surprised about that too.
Yep.
And if the phytoplankton died, we would die.
Right. It's that important.
So that's why we should be looking after our oceans a bit, probably, and not sending so much.
I know. How could they ever even have let it got that way?
But we don't realise, because you look out the ocean, Paul, and you go, gee, look how huge that is. Me dropping this old bag in, it won't hurt. And then someone else does the same, and someone else does the same. And we forget about the accumulative effect until it becomes too great.
Right.
And
we're killing our planet. And the super rich blame it on us. That's why they want to get the population, allegedly, down to 500 million. But that's just that could be.
Who's going to do all
the white wolf wives' tale.
But it doesn't make any sense though, because they make their money off people.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I always thought.
People, and that's, it's power, money. That's what I mean. They're so stinking rich that money doesn't mean anything to them anymore. It's just, the money made them have the power. But
well, it's more than the money, Paulie. It's a bit, they use the money for the ability to control, and
give them the power.
So it's not really the money. The money's only what we. you have a look at how many of our politicians, they're there because of the money.
Yep.
And they do what they're told when it's needed. They do what they're told.
Yes, because there's contributors. Yeah, and the contributors own them.
Yes. So, you go and have a look at all the different systems. And when you really think about it, the current democracy that we have is controlled by who does the donations. And
sorry.
Yep.
I was just going to blurt out that it costs $100,000, and you have to have some kind of degree to run for the Senate. So you have to really be rich in the first place.
Yep.
Oh, really? You have to have a degree? Really? I didn't know that.
$100,000.
It's the same to run for presidency.
Right.
At the end of it, the person who gets the vote to run as president is usually the person that's able to get the most money for the campaign.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
But they have found a way to circumvent that, and that is through secret societies, brothers under the skin, who favor each other. When they get into walks of life, they look out for each other and make sure that their brother under the skin is in that key spot, because then they now own a decision.
That's correct. Yeah. They own the brother.
And the secret societies are the way for the super rich to keep them loyal and to, stay in charge.
Yep, that's right.
The aristocracy.
It's always been like that, but what was it? I was hearing she was a girl, and she was like, I think maybe she's a senator, maybe, I'm not quite sure, but anyway, and she was doing this speech, and she was talking about how she's demanding that on the next election that they make a law so that if the person's over 75 years old, they have to have a competence, they have to be basically to make sure they aren't old and stupid or losing it like Biden.
Yeah, but you could be young and dumb.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, the next thing you know, they'll start sterilizing special needs folks, and there will be what's that where they start euthanizing people?
Yep.
Because a lot of them people subscribe to that. They want to sterilize special needs people and think it's cruel that we allow them to multiply.
Well,
like they're not entitled to a life.
If you think about it, though, most of the time, special needs people, most of them are sterile anyways. That's how they're born, if they're born weird. But I mean, if they're not, if they still are able to have children.
Well, there are a lot of high-functioning special needs. My daughter being one of them.
They'll probably have a normal child. Will probably be normal, but most of the time they're not going to be able to take care of it.
In most times, they have no more difficulty having. If you look at the percentages.
Right.
Most special needs people that could have a child, their percentages of children with special needs is no greater than the general population.
Exactly.
So yes, they may need assistance, but if you have a look, Paulie, in our system, we all have assistance in raising our children. Like to make sure that they're given the education and everything that's required to raise a child to an adult. What's the old saying? Takes two to create a child, and it takes a community to raise a child.
Right.
So I just sort of look at why do we need to mess with it? It doesn't really matter in the big picture. You know what I mean?
I agree.
You can have a child, this one can't, and all that.
Right.
Just let nature run its course. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. But what was it? Hitler? Hitler was doing something with twins, like he.
Something.
Something.
They did a lot of good things.
Like
hey, what if autism is not an affliction, but the next step in our evolutionary process? If we're not going to be truthful, then we're going to be made to be truthful. Because I don't know if you know any autistic people. My daughter is typically, she has Asperger's. She's very high functioning though, and she doesn't swear. She doesn't have any vices. She loves school and work. She goes to bed early and wakes up early. She's traditional. She likes her breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Wouldn't that be the perfect citizen? If you were
yes,
in government?
She cannot lie. She cannot lie.
And that's a perfect citizen. And
she has never swore in her life or
much money.
Puffed a cigarette.
Huh. I mean, that's, so it makes you wonder why there's so many people like that. Like, there's so many. I mean, everybody has something.
She just loves life. She never has a bad day.
Right? Perfect human. They won't complain. They'll do their job.
Mm-hmm.
And that's so it makes you wonder about that. Why there's so many kids like that.
Mm-hmm.
And if really the vaccinations are, they know that they cause problems, and they make you get them. I mean, heaven forbid if you don't get them, your kid, whatever.
Well, we had to learn to lie and be deceitful and even kill from the catastrophe, and we needed resources, and they were, you had to learn how to do those things to be able to survive.
Right.
But then, what Santos was talking about, the 1,000-year reign of Uranus in the age of Aquarius, apparently it's not going to be like that at all. I wish I could be around to see it, because maybe it is true, We're going to be kinder and gentler and not be so impulsive and self-inflicting. We're our own worst enemy.
I mean, but you have to admit this. It's just, I don't know. There's so many more psychopaths than there ever was before. Seems like to me.
Yeah.
But I think that a lot of them, you can be born a psychopath, but most of them are made by being traumatized.
Absolutely.
I mean, get molested or have somebody just whatever. Depends upon how sensitive of a person you are, especially when you're a child. The more sensitive you are, the more it's going to affect you, and the more it's going to cause you to have problems, which end up, in turn, you end up growing up either doing the thing that was done to you, or whatever. But most of the time, people, that's why it's a vicious circle. But
war gives people PSPD that that they never. I mean, they go to a war for 1 year, and then they spend the rest of their life with that right there. It sucks all the joy out of them.
Horrible. I mean, I can't imagine. I can't imagine what it would be like to watch. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God. It's just. I mean, that's why it's just ridiculous the way things are. The way that
they live like animals.
It's like it's not even.
Worse than that.
Yeah.
It's like hell. Like we live in hell or something.
And that's what Santos said. Isn't that ironic? He says it's controlled by Saturn, Satan.
Right, it is. Well, it is.
Jno.
According to the Bible, God gave Satan the keys to this place. He said, "Go do whatever you want," and he's making sure he's doing whatever he wants. And which is another weird thing. But but I mean, I'm watching Santos. I saw him. He talked about something. When I first saw him, he was talking about it wasn't chakras and all that stuff. It was something else.
Well, I'm going to put his playlist in the description, and all those videos that I was taking excerpts from are 2 and 3 hours long. That's like there's probably 10 or 20 videos.
I mean, I've only.
It's very informative.
Does he have a YouTube channel?
It gets deep. Oh yeah, he calls himself Mr. Astrotheology. I'll put his.
Oh, Astrotheology. That's right. That's what it is. That's right.
Yeah, I like his work.
Right.
I think he's a gifted educator in that realm.
Okay, so
And he's a very gentle soul. He's a very good guy. He lives right.
He is.
He's a little whacked with his flat Earth. I don't know if he's gotten off that. I don't know why he ever got on that tangent. I stopped listening to him. Well, he went into the flat Earth, and I couldn't.
Well, I was watching him. He got arrested. He was doing that thing where you can, like, how you go in and get arrested.
Yes.
Doing the thing where I'm a person or whatever he was saying. He was trying to, and he was actually doing it, and they didn't know what to do with him.
Right.
Whatever. I think he won his thing. I don't know what it was exactly, but
yeah, and I think he might have adopted flat Earth just to get the powers that be off his back. Because once he went there, they probably just shrugged and said, he's crazy.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe it was clever like a fox.
Pretty smart.
Yeah.
And what's the difference if people think, whatever, or the splat or not, if it'll keep people.
He's a very good guitarist. He has music. It's very good.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
He plays the Spanish guitar.
Oh, he plays the Spanish guitar. Oh.
Yeah.
Isn't he Italian or something?
He's Portuguese, I think, and Italian, yes. Oh. He lives in Australia. Yeah.
He's okay. I thought he was from Spain. I don't know why I thought that, but
no, he said he was half Portuguese. I think his mom or something, and his dad was Italian. Yeah. And I discovered him. He was back in Thornhill in the Electric Universe. It was just like, wow, small world. Because I discovered him after I discovered the Electric Universe, And he backed out right away.
I discovered him too.
Yeah.
I think that's probably how I discovered him. That's why I was saying he wasn't talking about astrology. He was talking about something else. Like I think it was something about the universe.
Saturn, how it has, it still has a relationship with the Earth. It takes 29 years to orbit the sun, and the moon takes 29 days. I don't know if there's any.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, it is. It's interesting, and Saturn has an effect on the sun. It makes it burn hotter. And Saturn's showing up in the solar system might have been the spark the sun needed to get over the hump because of that Mayan Papavu says like a man was the sun when he showed himself. So at one point it was probably a weaker body, but Saturn coming into its realm gave it that extra electric edge it probably needed to become a G-class star, a full sequence.
Makes sense.
Yes, it does.
That does make sense.
And I think the cores to the planets are connected in some way. Because the surface, or the core of the Earth is as hot as the surface of the sun. So there must be a correlation there.
And what's this, I've been hearing, like, I don't know, people, I don't know, I've been hearing this, that the Earth's core has stopped or is slowing down or something.
I didn't hear that. It has to be perpetuating. Because if the Earth is billions of years old, the core would have cooled by now, don't you think?
Right, but they don't know for sure. They don't really know for sure what's in there. They really don't know. They've never been in there. They don't know.
No, they think it's liquid iron, but a lot of people think it's just a plasma. It's highly charged, like 10 to the 29th, 24th power.
I mean the plasma. What about having an iron core? That would explain or kind of try to explain why we have magnetic fields, right?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that?
Well, magnetism is a byproduct of electric charge. You can't have one without the other.
That's what I mean. So plasma could do that too.
Yeah. Well, plasma is charged. When it's ionized, it glows. That's what ionized means. It's charged. Yeah. But it's not ionized. It's in dark mode.
And that makes more sense why, like, it's the Aurora Borealis. That makes more sense for that.
Right. Yeah, but it's the sun's connection.
And an iron core does. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Absolutely, yes. And when Christian Birkeland came up with all this stuff, they laughed him out. They thought he was a nut. He died thinking he was, not getting accepted. It wasn't until after.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, That's what happens. Isn't that what happens? That's
till the space age when they discovered, because this guy named Chapman, who was a guru in England, called him out and said it was wrong. And it turned out that Chapman was wrong. And when they started the space age, they found the connection of the sun to the earth via Birkeland current. That's probably what connects the core, because it comes into the North Pole.
Yeah, yep.
It goes down into the core, comes out the south, and creates the Earth's magnetic field.
Right. And if the poles are, I'm trying to in my head, I'm trying to picture what the pole. Okay, there's magnetic north, and then there's true north, right?
Right, and that's why they think Saturn set at the north, because it's charged. It's magnetic. Something sat there and charged it.
Yeah, but how can there be this sounds stupid, but how can there be two
poles?
North poles? How can there be two poles?
Well, it's like a bar magnet, north and south. And
I know north and south, but I'm talking about there's the magnetic north and then there's true north.
Yes, and I don't know the difference. Maybe one's based on the Earth's revolution. I don't know. That is a good question. Yeah.
I should know this. This is something I should know, I think.
Well, I can look it up.
Isn't true north the angle from Earth to the sun?
Or isn't true north just the way that they, how they have the globe, how they have the, the degrees coming to a point?
Yeah.
And that's where north is where that point is. And then there's the magnetic one that kind of goes around wherever it wants.
Yeah, so isn't it the true north pointing towards the sun? The Earth.
And so the compass that we have, that's got to be that's got to be pointing. Wait a minute. That's supposed to point to true north, right? Compasses point to true north?
It's September 2019. For the first time in over 360 years, compasses at Greenwich pointed true north. But what does this mean? And haven't compasses always pointed north? Eric Jones, curator, navigation to the Royal Museum, Greenwich, helped explain this rare occurrence. What is happening to compasses? The British Geological Survey informed us that at some point, true north and magnetic north are set to align in Greenwich for the first time in 360 years. Well, explain what they are. This means if you have a compass and are standing at the prime meridian outside the Royal Observatory, your compass is going to point true north. Okay, what is true north? True north is the direction that points directly toward the geographic North Pole. This is a fixed point on Earth's globe, but it's magnetic north. True north is a fixed point on the globe. Magnetic north is quite different. Magnetic north is the direction that a compass needle points to as it aligns with the Earth's magnetic field.
Okay, that's what I thought. I did. Okay. So
how was true north?
Kind of like that. Sometimes it's confusing to me, some of this stuff. I don't know why.
Hey, I was checking out. They got online Jeopardy. Did you ever like Jeopardy?
Oh yeah, used to watch Jeopardy all the time.
Let's see if we can play a little bit. I like it. Let's see. It's not this one. Where in the heck is it? Ah! My phone just fell. Online Jeopardy template. Is this okay, yeah. Okay, we'll just stick right here with this one. Okay, water cycle, clouds, weather. I'm gonna put the cameras on it. See if you're watching it, you'll see it here soon. Let's just mess around with it. I like trivia. So you'll see it in a minute. It's water cycle, clouds, weather, vocabulary, stormy weather, tornado safety, and trivia. Go ahead and pick first, Pauli. I should do an electric universe one. Make my own questions. Which one do you want?
I can't read that.
Can't read it? I don't think.
No, I can't. Because I'm on phone. So you'll have to read it out. So you just pick one, Greg, and read it.
Wait a minute.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll start with water cycle for 100, Pauli. This is the question. Nature's way of recycling water. You have to ask the question.
What is nature's way of recycling? No, the answer is, it will be what is. Okay, wait a minute. What is?
Don't give you the answers.
Rain.
Hmm?
What is rain? What is rain?
Rain. What is rain? Here's the answer. Reveal correct response. Spacebar. Okay. What is the water cycle?
Oh, well, isn't that what you just asked though? What is nature's way of recycling water?
Yeah.
Oh, what is the water cycle?
Yeah.
Well, duh.
Evaporation comes
I
with the
need
rain.
another question.
Clouds for 100. Gray clouds that cover the lower part of the sky. Rain or snow falls from them. What are they called?
Cumulus.
Cumulus. The answer, what are stratus clouds?
Stratus.
Weather vocabulary for 100. The state of the air at a certain time and place. The temperature?
State of the air at a certain time and place.
Yeah.
I would think it would be temperature. What is the temperature?
What is weather?
Well, yeah, that includes barometric stuff, but whatever.
Yeah.
Stormy weather for 100. Most common type of storm. Thunderstorm.
What is a rainstorm?
What is a thunderstorm? Ding, 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 ding. I get 100. All right. Okay. Tornado and safety trivia. Where should you go during a tornado if you were in a house?
Where is the bathtub? The bathtub.
I would say the basement.
Well, the basement, yeah.
That's if you got a basement.
Yeah. Okay, water cycle for 200. Look, wait a minute. The process of water changing into an invisible gas called water vapor. Distill?
That would be evaporation. What is evaporation?
I would say, what is distill? Let's see. Evaporation. Good one. Clouds for 200. White, puffy clouds that look like piles of cotton. They are known as fair weather clouds. Cumulus?
Water vapor. For goodness sake. Sorry.
What are cumulus clouds?
Yeah, ask a different question.
All right. Okay, let's see.
Another subject.
Okay, let's try. Do you want to try feelings, figurative language, trivia? Let's try trivia. Let's just see what this does.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just
trivia.
Let's see.
Trivia. Let's go trivia for like,
Wednesday trivia. No. Go back. I screwed up.
Okay. K-pop?
Right. Here it is.
Oh, Harry Potter.
I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm hitting buttons, but nothing's happening like I want it to. Well, that was good while it lasted. I know. I'd like more interesting. I'll when I get time to check it out, we'll do it again.
What's the address of this website?
JoDLabs.com.
So they have
You can make your own questions. That would be cool to do. Do you know anything about SpongeBob? I'm pretty good with SpongeBob.
I know a little bit about SpongeBob.
I've
always liked it.
Well, is this going to work now? Let's see. No.
I mean, some of the
teams.
I can't remember.
Just start. Okay, it's good. SpongeBob for 100. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? SpongeBob SquarePants.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And
all right, SpongeBob 2 for 100. Who was always depressed at his dead-end job? Squidward.
No, it's yeah. Okay, I was thinking of a guy that has Krabby Patties, but
that's Mr. Krabs.
Yeah.
SpongeBob for 200. Very small, but pulls more than
Oh, he's. I can't remember what his name is, but he's the plankton, the little plankton guy.
Oh yeah, Plankton. That's his name.
That's his name is Plankton.
Plankton. Yeah.
Is that right?
Yep. 300. What does Plankton always search for?
Oh
Power?
my God. I was in search of
power, right? It's like an evil.
Power. I would say power because he wants to. Yeah, he wants to rule the world.
The Krabby Patty secret formula. Oh, I should have known that.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's what he's looking for. I should have known that.
When did SpongeBob start? What was that, about 1990? Was it? 1998. 1998.
No. I was going to say later than 90, yeah.
98. 1999. They're done now, they quit. Because all these groups were coming down on them saying that they're doing nasty cartoons for kids and stuff. They quit. Both of SpongeBob and Patrick both quit.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, the people that do this, the voices, you mean?
Yeah. Creator of SpongeBob. It was some guy who was a marine scientist. I can't remember his name. Stephen Hillenburg. Yeah. He got bought out by Nickelodeon for $1 billion, I think.
Oh wow.
One word to describe Mr. Krabs: greedy. Cheap.
Yeah,
oh, I blew it.
What's that chick's name?
Superheroes of the show. Oh, what's his name?
Oh my God.
Huh? Man Ray? No,
No, it was.
And Bubble Boy or something.
Oh no, it's fucking Mermaid Man. And
Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. Yeah.
Barnacle Boy?
Yeah, Barnacle Boy was Tim Conway, and Mermaid Man was that one Kale's Navy guy. SpongeBob's best friend, Patrick Star.
Patrick.
No, I'm Patrick, not Star. Yeah. Hey, SpongeBob. Hey, SpongeBob. All right.
But the girl that she wears the her helmet when she goes down there.
It's
Sandy. Yeah. Super villain. The notorious super villain that really isn't a villain.
It's the guy with the mask. I can't remember his name. You know who I'm talking about?
No.
It's the guy with the mask.
I don't know. Man Ray? Man Ray.
Oh,
Man Ray. Oh. Yeah. All right. Mama. He was number one.
Yeah, he was number one. It was fucking.
Stop that.
He was number one. Yes.
Smitty Werben Jager Jensen. Man Jensen. Yeah, I remembered that again. Yeah.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't watch SpongeBob.
Spoiled brat teenager. Oh, Mr. Krabs.
Ask me about Transformers.
Mr. Krabs' daughter.
Transformers.
I can't remember her name. Pearl. Yes. Okay, last one. 500. Antagonist in Pickles episode.
Oh, Bubble Bass.
Huh?
Bubble Bass.
Bubble Bass.
Bully.
The bully. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Bubble Bass. Yeah. I'm going to kick your butt. Yeah, that was a good one. All right, that's it. I just wanted to have a little fun before we said goodnight. We've been talking for over an hour. I've really enjoyed it. It was fun. We got to do it again.
I hope so.
For sure.
I need it's fun because we can laugh too, and I don't laugh as much as I should. I need to laugh more.
Yeah, I should. I know it's always fun to laugh. I should give everyone who's stuck it out with us a medal. Probably bored them to death.
Well, you should look at the chat in the thing because people are actually saying stuff.
Oh, they are? Yes, I should do that. I don't know why.
We never looked at it, but they're saying stuff, yeah.
Yeah, Buried Axe Blade. He's always carrying it, man. It's cool. And there's Brandy. Yes. And Valerie's still around. I'm surprised you haven't come in to say hi. Shockwave's still here and you ain't said hi. I'm insulted. Well, Renegade? I don't know. That might be old though. But yeah, thanks guys for sticking around. And
Donald Wages. Don't
oh wait a
forget
minute. No,
Donald.
that's
He's
from the
always there.
music show. That's
Yes.
that's
If
from
you
the.
have a look at the current chat, Greg,
No, I'm looking for it. Is it
you've
good?
got Donald Wages.
26. Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay. CD Donna
Now you've
Davies.
got
Yes, I am on Discord. Here, let me get. I'll show you all. What am I from the South? No. All right, I'll show you guys what I'm checking to be. My homepage, just so you know, and then I'll get to you. Because a lot of times I take it for granted that people know, but they really don't. I don't think they really think about checking out the homepage. Because when you see it here, of course, you have my donate button. Make sure you know where that's at. Greg J videos is first, and then I got my live streams, and you'll always find the next coming event there. There's my briefs and Celestians to Saturn Death Cult. A lot of them have their own playlist, popular videos. The most popular video is Purple Dawn and Saturn Cosmology Part 4. That was 106,000 views. Not bad, not bad. And then there's the Electric Universe Thunderbolts, and there's my interviews with Ramon and my interviews with Ted. They're all both quite lively. And then I got my music, and then I start getting into other stuff like Abnormal, and you know, I got stuff on JFK, Vietnam, you name it. Whatever my playlists are, I have a plethora of playlists. I'll show you.
JFK would be the biggest, wouldn't it?
Probably, yeah. But Electric Universe is big too. So these are all my playlists that I've created for. Because, you know, I've noticed a lot of times when you do a search on a video, you get the generic stuff on the surface that's like 5 minutes long, and the only you can choose for it to be over 20. But on a lot of these videos, if you don't nail the title perfectly, you're not going to find it. That's how they do it. So I can save you a lot of time just by coming here and checking out what I have. I have pretty much something for everything. I just wanted to let you know that.
You've been a busy lad.
Well, you know, it's something that I've been building for a long time. So, well, guys, I mean, I guess we should hang up. And
Good catching up.
Yes, absolutely. So we'll be back on Saturday, so make sure you come back and be a part of it. Wait a minute, I forgot to say. Did I say hi? Jasper, Donald, Odin, Morningstar, Electromata, how you doing? CD, Donnie Davis, Jasper. I haven't seen you in a while. It's good to see you. Ashura Jade. Thank you all for coming and participating. And I guess I'll be seeing you on down the road, eh? We'll be back sooner than you think. Guys, we're going to be doing a call, so just keep your ears open, okay?
All right.
Your eyes
Catch you
open.
later.
All right, guys. I'll see you soon.
See you.
Thanks,
See you, Greg.
Crouch, Andy.
Talk to you guys later.
Okay.
All right.
Don't forget to like, share, and comment, and if you can donate, it'd be great. All right, all my work is free. You don't have to deal with commercials, and you know, I leave it up to you. All right, I'll see you soon. Take care. Good night.
Time to put your flat feet back on the ground. All you wanna do is ride around, Sally. Ride, Sally, ride. All you wanna do is ride around, Sally. Ride, Sally, ride. Ride around, Sally, baby. Ride, Sally, ride. All you wanna do is ride around, Sally. Ride, Sally, ride. You identified woman. You're gonna be wiping your weeping eyes. Mustang Sally.
That was my battle cry. That was it. Hey, who's the drum master in the house tonight? Let me hear it, anybody. Oh, man. We don't love nothing more than a bunch of drunk people, I'm telling you right now.
This is my other guitar player, Stevie Lane. Working on that move.
cartoon. This is an oldie from them. All right.
Thank you. Much love. Adios, amigos.